embark on an epic journey through ancient myths with the enigmatic figure of Enoch. This video delves into the life of a man who transcended the mortal realm, walking among gods and ascending to heaven without tasting death. Discover the legacy of Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, and his profound contributions to celestial knowledge. From insights into the heavenly bodies to deep spiritual revelations, Enoch's story is a captivating exploration of divine mysteries. Despite his sparse mentions in canonical texts, Enoch's legend thrives, offering a glimpse into the rich tapestry of mythological study. Join us as we unveil the mystique of Enoch, a cornerstone of ancient lore and a beacon of otherworldly wisdom.
The Book of Watchers. Imagine a book so ancient, it could be your history teacher's favorite bedtime story. That's one Enoch for you, a venerable text from the Hebrew apocalyptic genre. It's traditionally credited to the all-star biblical figure Enoch. Yes, the very one who was Methuselah's dad and Noah's great-grandpa. Talk about a family tree with deep roots. But what's inside this ancient manuscript? It's like the ultimate supernatural expose. If you've ever lain awake at night pondering where demons and those mysterious Nephilim characters originated, one Enoch has some answers that could turn your nightmares into, well, slightly less scary nightmares. Then there's the scoop on why some angels got the boot from heaven. It's like a divine reality show where not everyone gets a halo at the end. And if you're into biblical blockbusters, the Book of Enoch dives into the backstory of the Genesis flood. Spoiler alert, it's not just about a big boat and a lot of rain. It's more like a cosmic cleanup operation with immoral overtones. But wait, there's more. The book also features a sneak peek into the future with a 1,000-year reign of the Messiah. It's a long-term forecast that makes your weather app look downright short-sighted. In short, one Enoch is a mix of ancient wisdom, celestial secrets, and divine drama, all rolled into one. It's the kind of read that makes you wonder if the ancients had their own version of a blockbuster movie script stashed away in the scrolls. Think of a time when the Enochian material was the equivalent of a bestseller, outshining even the likes of Ruth and First Chronicles in the Hebrew Bible. This was during the bustling Second Temple period around the time of the Maccabean Revolt and the Hasmonean dynasty. It's like finding out that a deep cut from a classic album was actually a chart topper in its day. This should tip us off to how big a deal these writings were for many folks in Judea. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, you need the lowdown on Enoch. Enoch was basically the biblical equivalent of your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, being the seventh in line from Adam. He had a pretty impressive run, clocking in at 365 years, and then, plot twist, he was whisked away by God, as per Genesis. This was just a few curtain calls before the Great Flood, God's drastic measure against humanity's naughtiness. Now here's where it gets a bit sci-fi. Imagine divine beings coming down to Earth, getting starry-eyed over mortal women, and resulting in a bunch of giant offspring. It's like a crossover episode featuring characters like Hercules and Gilgamesh. The Genesis narrative, however, is a bit stingy on details about these larger-than-life figures and their divine dads. Flood myths are like the ancient world's version of a viral trend, popping up in cultures far and wide. Enter the Enochian texts, adding layers and intrigue to this familiar plot. In these writings, Enoch, a sort of ancient VIP, gives us the inside scoop on what led to the big flood, and even teases about the world's grand finale under a messianic ruler. The guy had a few heavenly encounters, which makes him quite the enigmatic figure. So in the grand tapestry of ancient tales, the Enochian texts are like those hidden gems that shed new light on well-worn stories, making them fresh and fascinating all over again. Let's delve into the enigmatic realm of the Book of Watchers, a mesmerizing segment of the ancient text 1 Enoch. This section has long captivated scholars with its extraordinary and peculiar narratives. Our journey through its pages reveals the descent of the Watchers, fallen angels, whose arrival on Earth irrevocably altered human destiny. These celestial entities not only mingled with humanity, but also shared forbidden knowledge, leading to the emergence of the Nephilim, colossal beings of unparalleled strength and ferociousness, with legends suggesting they consumed humans and caused chaos worldwide. As we probe further, we encounter stories steeped in dark magic and mysticism, where the Watchers impart esoteric knowledge to humanity. They unveil the mysteries of astrology, herbology, and spellcasting, thus eroding the boundaries between the sacred and the profane. This infusion of hidden knowledge plunges the world into turmoil, marked by otherworldly occurrences and ethical decay, culminating in a scenario ripe for divine judgment and visions of apocalypse. Our documentary navigates these remarkable aspects within the Book of Watchers: the descent of angels, the birth of giants, the dissemination of arcane knowledge, and the ensuing heavenly judgment. This ancient narrative provides a fascinating glimpse into early Judaic cosmology, angelology, and the foundations of apocalyptic literature. It invites audiences to reflect on the profound influence these mythological stories have on our perception of the divine, the monstrous, and the very nature of human curiosity and exploration. Enoch's mythical roots. The figure of Enoch, long shadowed in the annals of religious history, demands a closer look, more discerning look, especially to unravel the depths of Jewish and Christian thought. His significance, often understated, is crucial for a comprehensive understanding of the evolution of Jewish ideology during the Second Temple period. Our conventional perceptions of Enoch in the Bible, largely shaped by subsequent developments in religious canon and scripture, might need a serious reevaluation. Traditionally, distinctions between what is considered biblical and extra-biblical, sectarian and non-sectarian, canonical and non-canonical, or even Hebrew and Greek have dominated our understanding. However, our exploration into Enoch's narrative suggests a more intricate tapestry of influences and origins. Our last documentary on Enoch casts a revealing light on this enigmatic character, drawing striking parallels with the ancient Adapa myth from Mesopotamia. Adapa, a figure steeped in Mesopotamian mythology, was renowned for his exceptional wisdom, serving as a sage or priest in Ea's temple, Ea being the deity of wisdom and magic. In Eridu, one of the ancient Mesopotamians' oldest cities, Adapa embodies the archetype of the wise yet mortal man. In some renditions of the myth, Ea is portrayed as Adapa's father or creator, symbolizing a profound bond between the deity and his enlightened human servant. While Ea endows Adapa with unparalleled wisdom, he does not grant him eternal life. This aspect of the myth accentuates a crucial dichotomy: the divine bestowal of wisdom juxtaposed with the inherent limitations of human mortality. Adapa's narrative, especially his celestial voyage and encounters with the gods, mirrors the intricacies and contradictions inherent in the divine-human relationship as perceived in Mesopotamian lore. This backdrop provides a compelling context to re-examine Enoch's story, hinting at a profound, perhaps previously overlooked, intercultural exchange that shaped early religious thought. In performing his duties, Adapa found himself fishing on the Tigris River. A violent storm provoked by a fierce wind overturned his boat. In response, Adapa, in a fit of anger, shattered the wings of the south wind, halting its gusts for a week. This act drew the attention of Anu, the deity who summoned Adapa to explain his actions. However, Ea, another god, provided guidance to Adapa, advising him to win over Dumuzid and Gishzida, the celestial gatekeepers, and to abstain from consuming food or drink in the heavens, warning that such substance could be lethal. Adapa, donning attire symbolic of grief, conveyed to Dumuzid and Gishzida that their absence had plunged the land into mourning. In heaven, he was presented with the food of life and the water of life, but he refused them as instructed by Ea. He also accepted garments and oil, using them as advised. When brought before Anu, Adapa explained his refusal to partake in the heavenly banquet, attributing his caution to Ea's counsel. Anu, amused by Ea's machinations, rhetorically questioned what harm Adapa had inflicted upon humanity. He then declared that human beings would endure diseases, though these could be mitigated by the goddess Ninkarak. After this judgment, Adapa was returned to the earth. This myth of Adapa from the Old Babylonian period, circa 1894 BCE to 1595 BCE, to the Neo-Assyrian version, dating to circa 750 BCE, introduces an exorcistic procedure. It repeats that Adapa went to heaven and saw all its secrets. Though still a human being, he thus gained divine knowledge. Adapa's heavenly knowledge is invoked as a means to cure disease. His wisdom is no ordinary wisdom. It has its source in heaven. We could see how this myth sets up the heavenly or divine mediator myths of Moses and Enoch. We can see Adam and Eve written all over this myth as well. It's no coincidence that all of these figures, Adam, Enoch, and Noah, are all primordial characters existing around the beginning of creation. Enki, aka Ea, tricked Adapa, but he did so knowing the gift of godly wisdom would have remained in heaven with the rest of the deities, away from the rest of humanity, if he would have ate the food and drink of life, which he was told would kill him. This really makes one think about Yahweh and Adam in the Garden of Eden. Just as Utnapishtim was separated from the rest of humanity by the gods after being granted immortality and surviving the flood, Adapa would have suffered the same fate, and Enki knew it. Now that Adapa has the gods' wisdom, he can also come back to humanity and teach them the ways of the gods. So just as Adapa was summoned before Anu, Adam was summoned before Yahweh to answer for their transgressions. Both stories hint at food causing death, and both were tricked into thinking the food would kill them, one with Ea and the other with Yahweh. We see priests in Babylon proclaim, "I am Adapa," as incantations, and Judean sectarian scribes claim to have received Enoch's forms of knowledge. These central figures, Adapa and Enoch, are mediators between the divine and mortal realm, and it was during the Persian era we see linguistic Aramaic culture dominant, with which both Babylonian and Judeans participate in. This explains how the Enochian figure was created. In the ancient shadows of Greek mythology, a tale as old as time itself unfolds, first chronicled by the 8th century BCE bard Hesiod in his epic Theogony. Here we meet Prometheus, offspring of the titan Iapetus, and either Clymene or Asia, an Oceanid. He stands alongside his brothers Menetius, Atlas, and Epimetheus in a lineage of mythic proportions. Hesiod paints Prometheus as a cunning figure, daring to challenge the all-knowing, all-powerful Zeus. The scene is set at Mykone, pivotal moment where gods and mortals negotiate their coexistence. Prometheus, master of guile, presents Zeus with a deceptive choice: nourishing beef concealed within an ox's stomach, symbolizing a valuable essence hidden by an unappealing guise, and mere bones, deceptively cloaked in a tantalizing fat. Zeus, in his choice, unknowingly decrees a lasting tradition for sacrificial offerings. Humans would feast on meat, offering only the fat-wrapped bones to the divine. This trickery, however, incurs Zeus's wrath, leading him to conceal the secret of fire from mankind. In a daring act of defiance, Prometheus reclaims this elemental power, entrapping it within a fennel stalk to illuminate humanity once more. This rebellion ignites further fury in Zeus, who introduces a beguiling, shy maiden crafted from clay by Hephaestus and adorned by Athena into the world of men. This maiden, Pandora, though unnamed by Hesiod, becomes the progenitor of a lineage that brings both delight and despair to mortal men. For his transgressions, Prometheus endures a punishment of eternal torment. Bound in chains, his immortal liver consumed daily by a Zeus-sent eagle, only to regenerate each night. It is not until the hero Heracles, sanctioned by Zeus, intervenes, slaying the eagle and liberating Prometheus from his perpetual agony, that this chapter of mythic history finds its closure. In the Greek myth retold by Hesiod in Works and days. The story of Prometheus and the stolen fire gets even more interesting. Zeus is really upset with Prometheus for tricking him, so he decides to hide not just fire, but also the basic things people need to live. Hesiod suggests that if Prometheus hadn't made Zeus mad, life would have been super easy for humans, with plenty of food and no need to work hard. We can see Adam written all over this. In this version of the story, we also learn more about the first woman made by the god Hephaestus from earth and water. Her name is Pandora, which means all gifts. Zeus gets a bunch of other gods and goddesses like Athena, Aphrodite, and Hermes to help make Pandora special. But here's the catch. After Prometheus steals fire, Zeus sends Pandora to humans as a kind of punishment. Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus, ignores a warning and accepts Pandora. She comes with a jar, and when she opens it, all sorts of bad stuff like sorrow and diseases come out. Pandora quickly closes the jar, but it's too late to stop these things from spreading. The only thing left inside the jar is hope, because Zeus told Pandora to close it before hope could escape. This part of the story shows that even when things are tough, there's always a little bit of hope left. Pandora can be compared to Eve in Genesis, and you could see the punishment of diseases leading to death in this, as well as the earlier Adapa myth, where Anu curses mankind with diseases. In the Prometheus myth, there was a heavenly war between the Greek gods and their parents, Titans. Prometheus, a Titan himself, uniquely managed to steer clear of the direct and cosmic clash between Zeus and the Olympians and Kronos with the other Titans. This battle, known as the Titanomachy, was a defining moment in Greek mythology, marking the struggle for supremacy between the old and new gods. Prometheus's decision to avoid involvement in this epic conflict sets him apart from his fellow Titans and played a crucial role in shaping his own legendary narrative within Greek mythology. In addition to giving humanity fire, Prometheus claims to have taught them the arts of civilization, such as writing, mathematics, agriculture, medicine, and science. The Titans' greatest benefaction for humanity seems to have been saving them from complete destruction, in an apparent twist on the myth of the so-called 5 ages of man found in Hesiod's Works and Days, wherein Kronos and later Zeus created and destroyed 5 successive races of humanity. Prometheus asserts that Zeus had wanted to obliterate the human race, but that he somehow stopped him, and just like the Sumerian myth of Enki or later Babylonian myth of Ea, Prometheus, the Titan from Greek mythology, may have been an influence to Enoch, as some scholars suggest. He was also a bringer of civilization who protected humanity against the other gods, including during the flood, as well as created man from clay. The oldest myth from which the ascent to heaven motif is seen is in the figure of Etana, but we covered that in the previous Enoch documentary and can potentially cover Etana in much greater length in a future Enoch documentary or a standalone video on his myth. I want to see comments. Let me know what you would like to see. Thanks for those comments. If you haven't seen the first documentary on Enoch, you really should do so after this documentary. I ask that you subscribe, hit the bell so you get notified every time I drop a new video. These videos will go deep and cover topics that the leading scholars in the world have written about deep in the tomes of libraries. These myths have shaped our civilizations and our imaginations, so I think it's extremely important we understand their origins and why humans wrote them. The Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch, also known as 1 Enoch, is an ancient text rooted in Jewish apocalyptic literature, traditionally attributed to the biblical figure Enoch, the great-great-grandfather of Noah, though scholars have long realized Enoch never wrote it because Enoch didn't exist. This work delves into the origins of demons and the Nephilim, the reasons behind the fall of certain angels, the moral justification for the Genesis flood, and prophecies about the Messiah's 1,000-year reign. Alongside 1 Enoch, 2 other texts, 2 Enoch and 3 Enoch, are also ascribed to Enoch, though none are widely recognized as canonical in most Jewish or Christian denominations. Scholarly estimates place the oldest sections of 1 Enoch, particularly the Book of the Watchers, around 300 to 200 BCE, with the more recent parts, like the Book of Parables, dating to approximately 100 BCE. The original language of the text is believed to be either Aramaic or Hebrew, common languages for Jewish writings of the time. Ephraim Isaac, a notable scholar in this field, suggests that similar to the Book of Daniel, 1 Enoch might have been composed in both Aramaic and Hebrew. However, no complete Hebrew versions have survived. The existence of various Aramaic fragments among the Dead Sea Scrolls, as well as portions in Koine Greek and Latin, demonstrate the text's historical presence among Jews and early Christians in the Near East. Additionally, the book was referenced by some authors in the 1st and 2nd centuries, including in the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. Its influence extends to the New Testament, where a brief excerpt from 1 Enoch 1:9 is cited in the Epistle of Jude. This particular passage, attributed to Enoch, the 7th from Adam, 1 Enoch 60 verse 8, is actually a midrash or interpretive commentary on Deuteronomy 33:2. Copies of the text's earlier sections were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Today, the complete Book of Enoch survives only in a translation into Ge'ez, an ancient Ethiopian language. It is recognized as canonical by the Ethiopian Jewish community, known as Beta Israel, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, while other Jewish and Christian groups generally do not consider it canonical or divinely inspired. They often acknowledge its historical and theological significance. In a recent article written by James Natty and Seth Sanders, a very important observation must be made as we look at Enoch. The abstract to the article reads,
"Recent scholarship on the Hebrew Bible and Second Temple Judaism has come to realize that there was no canon in the period in which this literature was produced. The division of this corpus into biblical versus non-post-biblical books represents a later theological claim, not one valid for early Judaism. It is an urgent task of contemporary scholarship to organize the corpus in more useful new ways, free of these misleadingly anachronistic assumptions. This issue of Metatron takes up the challenge of mapping this corpus according to different criteria, and it features a range of responses to how this collection ought to be imagined.
There was no Bible, in our sense, found at Qumran of a clear list of which books were sacred and authoritative. Later, in around the 300s to 400s CE, we see things like the Letter of Athanasius. Scholars like Michael Stone, James Vanderkam, and Robert Kraft have observed that the Qumran texts, which include early Jewish writings, don't adhere to the structure or order of the Hebrew Bible as it's known today. These texts often give precedence to other works, such as Enoch literature, which predates some of the biblical books like Daniel. Recent scholars, including Hindi Najman, Eva Marokche, and Annette Yoshiko Reed, have furthered our understanding by challenging the traditional division between biblical and post-biblical texts, arguing these categories are historically inaccurate. However, to fully embrace this new perspective, academic inquiry must evolve beyond merely criticizing these outdated distinctions. It requires a fundamental rethinking of what constitutes biblical literature, integrating it with what has been previously termed post-biblical. If this change is confined only to the study of the Second Temple period, without affecting the broader field of Hebrew Bible studies, the old divisions will persist. Molly Zahn's work initiates this shift by proposing new analytical frameworks and comparisons that move beyond the outdated dichotomy of biblical and post-biblical literature. Those who shout the Book of Enoch down because Enoch isn't in their Bible are just limiting their understanding of this material. For those of the Christian persuasion, you may want to take a look at one of your cherished New Testament books that mention Enoch, the 7th from Adam, which is quoted in Jude 1:14 through 15.
"And Enoch also, the 7th from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints, to execute judgment upon all, and to convict all that are ungodly among them, of all their ungodly deeds, which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him."
Compare this with 1 Enoch 1:9, translated from the Ethiopic, found also in Qumran Scroll 4Q204.
"And behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness, which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him.
The original source for the 1 Enoch 1:9 passage may be Deuteronomy 33:2. He cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones. Jude seems to clearly have used Enoch, as several scholars have long noted. Jude even tells us Enoch is seventh from Adam, which isn't found in Genesis, but is seen in 1 Enoch, a much older book. The books of Hebrews, 1 Peter and 2 Peter also appear to contain Enoch material. This video isn't going to waste your time trying to build a solid case showing how the authors of some of the New Testament seem to be inspired by Enochian material. And just as the canon isn't a fixed ordeal on what is officially known as scripture, we will venture into the Enochian works, treating it as valuable texts, teaching us what Judeans around the 300s BCE onward were thinking about the world. Dr. Seth L. Sanders says the Enoch tradition grew in the Hellenistic period, late antiquity, and Middle Ages. Enoch's structure. We know about the Jewish Torah, which consisted of 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Well, there may have been some ancient drama here for your inquisitive minds. Professor Gabriel Boccaccini has postulated that 2 different Torahs were floating around in various Jewish communities. Our Torah that we have in our Bibles today, that centralizes Moses, was one, and the other priestly group had a Torah with Enoch as their centralized figure and a heavenly revealer. Both groups seem to wrestle over the temple in Jerusalem. Why bring this up? The reason is that 1 Enoch is divided up into 5 sections, just like the Torah is 5 books. It's possible 1 Enoch having 5 books may be anachronistic, being the books were written in different periods. Simply put, some scholars dispute this idea of Enoch being a competitive Torah in the earlier period in which the Book of the Watchers and the Book of the Luminaries was scribed. The Book of the Watchers, 1 Enoch 1 through 36, describes Enoch's journey. Enoch, a righteous man, is given heavenly visions. He sees the judgment of the fallen angels and the secrets of the universe, including the workings of the stars and the thunder. The fallen angels. This section tells the story of the fallen angels who descend to earth, marry human women, and beget giants. It describes their teachings of forbidden knowledge and their subsequent punishment. Enoch's intercession. Enoch acts as an intercessor between the fallen angels and God, though their plea for forgiveness is ultimately denied. The second book, which is the Book of Parables or Similitudes, 1 Enoch 37 through 71, discusses the Messianic kingdom. This part contains visions of a future Messianic kingdom, the coming judgment, and the fate of the righteous and wicked, the Son of Man. Enoch sees the Son of Man, a heavenly figure who is destined to judge the world. The third book, the Astronomical Book, 1 Enoch 72 to 82, discusses cosmic secrets. Enoch is taught about the movement of the heavenly bodies, understanding the order of the stars, the sun, and the moon. The fourth book, the Book of Dream Visions, 1 Enoch 83 to 90, discusses Enoch's dream. Enoch dreams of the history of Israel, symbolized by animals. This section allegorically covers the history from the creation to the Maccabean revolt. And the fifth book, the Epistle of Enoch, 1 Enoch 91 to 108. It discusses admonitions and warnings. This part includes Enoch's admonitions to his children and warnings about the sin and righteousness, with prophecies about the fate of the righteous and the wicked. In this documentary, we will focus on the Book of the Watchers, that is, from chapters 1 through 36. This book can be divided up into 4 sections to summarize the themes as such. Introduction to the Watchers, chapters 1 through 5. These opening chapters introduce Enoch and the context of his revelations. It includes visions of the end of the world and divine judgment. Enoch serves as an intermediary between heaven and earth. The Descent of the Watchers, chapters 6 through 11. This section narrates the story of the Watchers, a group of angels who descended to earth. They were captivated by human women and subsequently took them as wives, leading to the birth of the Nephilim, giants or mighty ones. Their actions disrupted the natural order, leading to widespread corruption and violence. Enoch's petition and journey chapters 12 through 16, Enoch is approached by the fallen angels to intercede on their behalf with God. These chapters describe Enoch's journey through earth and Sheol, the underworld, witnessing the punishment of the fallen angels and the spirits of their offspring, visions of judgment and the cosmic tour. Chapter 17 through 36. Enoch receives visions of heaven and the secrets of the universe. These include descriptions of celestial storehouses, astronomical phenomena, and the workings of nature. The concept of cosmic geography is prominent, with Enoch visiting various heavens and otherworldly realms. The themes of divine judgment and the ultimate fate of the righteous and the wicked are elaborated upon. Throughout, the Book of the Watchers explores themes of divine justice, angelic rebellion, the interplay between spiritual and earthly realms, and the role of Enoch as a mediator and visionary. It has been influential in shaping Jewish mystical traditions as well as early Christian thought regarding angels, demons, and the end times. The Watcher's Secrets. Here's where things get tantalizingly interesting in the Book of Watchers. Picture this: a grand finale with an apocalyptic twist where the good guys get their just rewards, inheriting the earth no less, while the baddies face imminent divine retribution. Sounds a bit like a celestial courtroom drama with a Jesus-esque flavor, doesn't it? But hold on, what kicked off this divine drama in the first place? Why would a deity consider a total planetary reboot, life wipe included, sparing only Noah and his crew? The book isn't just spinning a yarn, it's keen on giving you the inside scoop on why that infamous flood was more than just an act of divine temper tantrum.
The rebellion begins when the sons of men had multiplied. In those days, beautiful and comely daughters were born to them. And the watchers, the sons of heaven, saw them and desired them. And they said to one another, "Come, let us choose for ourselves wives from the daughters of men, and let us beget children for ourselves." And Shemihazar, their chief, said to them, "I fear that you will not want to do this deed, and I alone shall be guilty of a great sin." And they all answered him and said, "Let us all swear an oath, and let us all bind one another with a curse, that none of us turn back from this counsel until we fulfill it and do this deed." Then they all swore together and bound one another with a curse. And they were, all of them, 200, who descended in the days of Jared onto the peak of Mount Hermon. And they called the mountain Hermon, because they swore and bound one another with a curse on it. Enoch 6:1-7. These and all the others with them took for themselves wives from among them, such as they chose. And they began to go into them, and to defile themselves through them, and to teach them sorcery and charms, and to reveal to them the cutting of roots and plants. And they conceived from them and bore to them great giants. And the giants begot Nephilim, and to the Nephilim were born Liud plus. And they were growing in accordance with their greatness. They were devouring the labor of all the sons of men, and men were not able to supply them. And the giants began to kill men, and to devour them. And they began to sin against the birds and beasts and creeping things and the fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and they drank the blood. Then the earth brought accusation against the lawless ones. 1 Enoch 7:1-2.
Now we turn to the secrets the Watchers reveal.
Asael taught men to make swords of iron and weapons and shields and breastplates and every instrument of war. He showed them metals of the earth and how they should work gold to fashion it suitably, and concerning silver, to fashion it for bracelets and ornaments for women. And he showed them concerning antimony and eye paint and all manner of precious stones and dyes. And the sons of men made them for themselves and for their daughters, and they transgressed and led the holy ones astray. See, and there was much godlessness on the earth, and they made their ways desolate. Shemihazar taught spells and the cutting of roots. Hermani taught sorcery for the loosing of spells and magic and skill. Barakel taught the signs of the lightning flashes. Kokabel taught the signs of the stars. Zekel taught the signs of the shooting stars. Artikov taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. Sariel taught the signs of the moon. And they all began to reveal mysteries to their wives and to their children. And as men were perishing, the cry went up to heaven. 1 Enoch 8:1-4.
Indeed, some scholars propose an intriguing theory regarding the contents of the Book of Watchers, particularly in chapter 8. They suggest that the knowledge imparted by the fallen angels, or Watchers, in this chapter originates from a tradition entirely distinct from that of the preceding chapter. The previous section describes the union of mortal women with these Watchers, a narrative rich in its own right. This divergence in thematic content between the two chapters has led to a scholarly debate, with experts delving into the possibility these sections draw from separate mythological or theological traditions. The contrast between the esoteric knowledge shared by the Watchers in chapter 8 and the earlier narrative of celestial human interactions underscores the complexity and layered nature of the text. The narrative in the Book of Watchers takes a dramatic turn as it introduces a crucial moment where the four archangels, Michael, Sariel, Raphael, and Gabriel, approach Yahweh. They convey the dire state of affairs on earth, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. In response to their alarming report, the Most High Yahweh takes decisive action. Yahweh dispatches Sariel with a vital mission to the son of Lamech. Sariel's message is one of both warning and instruction. He is to tell the son of Lamech to seek refuge, to hide himself, as a cataclysmic event is on the horizon. This event, as foretold by Sariel, is nothing less than the end of the world as they know it. A deluge so vast and overwhelming that it would lead to the destruction of all life and the complete inundation of the earth. Following this, Yahweh assigns another critical task to Raphael. Raphael's mission, although not detailed in this segment, is implied to be of significant importance, aligning with the overarching theme of divine intervention and the execution of Yahweh's will in response to the corruption and turmoil plaguing the earth. This sequence of events underscores the celestial hierarchy's active role in the unfolding divine plan and sets the stage for further developments in this complex and richly layered narrative.
To Raphael he said, "Go, Raphael, and bind Asael hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the wilderness that is in Dudael. Throw him there, and lay beneath him sharp and jagged stones, and cover him with darkness, and let him dwell there for an exceedingly long time. Cover up his face, and let him not see the light. And on the day of the great judgment, he will be led away to the burning conflagration, and heal the earth, which the watchers have desolated, and announce the healing of the earth, that the plague may be healed, and all the sons of men may not perish because of the mystery that the watchers told and taught their sons. And all the earth was made desolate by the deeds of the teaching of Asael, and over him write all the sins. 1 Enoch 4:8.
In a pivotal moment within the Book of Watchers, Yahweh decides to take decisive action against the Watchers and their offspring. To carry out this formidable task, Yahweh turns to Gabriel, one of the four archangels. Yahweh's decision to intervene directly and forcefully highlights the gravity of the situation created by the Watchers and their offspring on earth. This moment is significant as it demonstrates not only Yahweh's authority and power, but also the seriousness with which transgressions against the divine order are treated. Gabriel, known for his strength and loyalty, is thus chosen as the instrument of this divine retribution, marking a key point in the narrative where celestial justice is about to get executed.
Go, Gabriel, to the bastards, to the half-breeds, to the sons of miscegenation, and destroy the sons of the Watchers from among the sons of men. Send them against one another in a war of destruction. Length of days they will not have, and no petition will be granted to their fathers in their behalf, that they should expect to live an everlasting life, nor even that each of them should live 500 years.
As the narrative in the Book of Watchers reaches a climatic point, Yahweh makes a momentous decision, sending Michael the archangel to execute a sweeping judgment. Michael, often portrayed as the mightiest and most formidable among the archangels, is entrusted with the grave task of bringing about total destruction to all the wicked on earth. This act signifies a turning point in the story where divine justice is no longer just a warning, but becomes an active, unstoppable unstoppable force. The choice of Michael for this mission underscores the seriousness of the transgression committed by the wicked and the extent of the response deemed necessary by Yahweh. It's a moment that vividly illustrates the theme of cosmic justice and the role of celestial beings as executors of the divine will, shaping the course of human history and the fate of the world. Michael's role as the harbinger of this ultimate judgment is a testament to his status and power within the celestial hierarchy.
Go, Michael, bind Shemihaza and the others with him, who have mated with the daughters of men, so that they were defiled by them in their uncleanness. And when their sons perish and they see the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, until the day of their judgment and consummation, until the everlasting judgment is consummated. Then they will be led away to the fiery abyss, and to the torture, and to the prison, where they will be confined forever. And everyone who is condemned and destroyed henceforth will be bound together with them until the consummation of their generation. Destroy all the spirits of the half-breeds and the sons of the Watchers, because they have wronged men. 1 Enoch 10:11-15.
Did Enoch die or live? In the ancient and captivating text of 1 Enoch, starting from chapter 12, we stumble upon a tantalizing mystery worthy of a detective novel. The narrative hints that Enoch, the protagonist, was whisked away before a series of extraordinary events unfolded. The curious part? No one, not a single soul, knew where Enoch had vanished to, or what fate had befallen him. This enigma has been a puzzle for scholars and storytellers alike, each weaving their own interpretation. While some suggest Enoch was perhaps taken away while still very much alive, the text leaves us with more questions than answers, inviting us into a world of ancient mysteries and divine intrigue. Enoch, a figure shrouded in ancient mystery, lived a remarkably brief 365 years, a mere blip compared to his long-lived contemporaries in the antediluvian world. Intriguingly, his lifespan mirrors the number of days in a solar year, sparking a fusion of scholarly curiosity and mystical speculation. This numerical coincidence has led some to suggest that Enoch held the keys to a true calendar, perfectly in sync with the solar cycle. The enigmatic phrase, "Enoch walked with God," adds to the aura of mystery surrounding him. This phrase has opened a Pandora's box of interpretations. Some propose that Elohim, typically understood as a reference to a single deity, might in this context indicate a pantheon of gods or celestial beings. This interpretation paints Enoch as a cosmic voyager traversing the heavens under the guidance of these celestial entities, and in the process acquiring esoteric knowledge, including the secrets of a solar-aligned calendar. However, there's a more down-to-earth interpretation as well. Some view this phrase as a metaphor for Enoch's righteous life, a life so exemplary that it was as if he walked alongside divinity itself. Adding to this interpretive tapestry is the Septuagint, the ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures, which nuances our understanding by stating that Enoch pleased God. This subtle linguistic twist opens up a new dimensions in our understanding of Enoch's relationship with the divine, presenting it as not just one of proximity, but of active, pleasing engagement. Each of these interpretations, celestial and earthly, contributes to the enduring enigma and allure of Enoch's character. The enigma of Enoch intensifies with the account of his sudden disappearance. Central to this mystery is the repeated motif of his intimate communion with God, culminating in the cryptic declaration, "He was not, for he was taken by God." This phrase has ignited a spectrum of interpretations, notably the theory that Enoch was elevated to heaven in a divine rapture, an idea echoed in the story of the prophet Elijah. Yet there's a contrasting thread in various traditions suggesting that Enoch's end was, in fact, mortal. Theories range from a tranquil passing to a demise as retribution for hypocrisy, painting a complex picture of his final chapter. The Septuagint, with its characteristic subtlety, adds another layer layer to this puzzle by stating he was not found because God translated him. The choice of the word translate here is intriguingly ambiguous. It could simply signify relocation, as depicted in the Book of Jubilees, where Enoch is repositioned to Eden to serve as an eternal priest. However, this view is muddied by suggestions of his physical death in the same narrative. In Hellenistic Jewish philosophy, this translation might imply a more profound metamorphosis, a shift from a tangible existence to an ethereal, immortal state. Philo of Alexandria, an influential thinker in this tradition, conjectured that Enoch's death was not an end but a transformation into an incorporeal eternal being. This concept aligns with beliefs of Enoch ascending to an angelic existence. Interestingly, Philo extends this transformative idea to other biblical figures like Moses and Elijah, envisioning their physical forms evolving into pure spirit. Adding another dimension, the Book of Wisdom in the Septuagint discusses a righteous man, presumably Enoch, who meets an early death yet finds serenity. This text subtly hints that Enoch's departure from the mortal world was not punitive, but an act of divine compassion, sparing him from the moral decay of his era. It highlights a complex interplay of life, death, and divine benevolence woven into the enigmatic narrative of Enoch. Enoch, sent to the Watchers. Enoch's role in the ancient narrative takes a dramatic turn as he is seemingly appointed in a manner akin to that of the four archangels, tasked with a grave and solemn duty. He is to deliver a message of judgment to the Watchers, celestial beings who abandoned their heavenly posts and engaged in forbidden relationships with human women. This transgression, according to the narrative, led to their profound fall from grace. Yahweh entrusts Enoch with a stark and unyielding message for these Watchers.
They will have no peace or forgiveness.
The consequence of their actions is severe and irrevocable. The Watchers are condemned to witness the demise of their beloved offspring, resulting in an endless cycle of grief and remorse. Enoch, in his role as a divine messenger, conveys this judgment to Azazel, the leader of the Watchers, and addresses all the fallen beings collectively. The reaction of the Watchers is one of utter terror and desperation. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they implore Enoch to intercede on their behalf. In a poignant display of their fall from grace, they are unable to even speak or lift their gaze to heaven. Overwhelmed by shame for their deeds, they beseech Enoch to draft a memorandum, a plea for forgiveness, to be presented to Yahweh, hoping for a chance at redemption. Enoch takes on the role of an intermediary, writing down each Watcher's plea. He presents their cases individually, a process he undertakes in the land of Dan, located to the south of Mount Hermon. This act of advocacy, however, is marked by a sense of futility, as the narrative suggests that Enoch's efforts culminate in a state of exhaustion, leading him to fall asleep. This part of Enoch's tale underscores themes of divine justice, the irreversible consequences of certain actions, and the complex dynamics of intercession between the divine and the fallen.
And look, dreams came upon me, and visions fell upon me. And I saw visions of wrath. And there came a voice saying, "Speak to the sons of heaven to reprimand them." And when I had awakened, I went to them, and all of them were assembled together, and they were sitting and weeping at Abel-Maim, which is between Lebanon and Senir, covering their faces. And I recited in their presence all the visions that I had seen in the dream. And I began to speak the words of truth and the vision and reprimand to the Watchers of heaven. Van Enoch 13:8-10.
And it begins.
The book of the words of truth and the reprimand of the Watchers who were from of old, according to the command of the great Holy One. In this vision I saw in my dream what I now speak with a human tongue and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to humans, to speak with them and to understand with the heart. As he created and destined humans to understand the words of knowledge, so he created and destined me to reprimand the Watchers, the sons of heaven. I wrote up your petition, and in the vision it was shown to me thus, that you will not obtain your petition for all the days of eternity. But judgment has been consummated in the decree against you, that from now on you will not ascend into heaven for all the ages. And it has been decreed to bind you in bonds in the earth for all the days of eternity, and that before these things you will see the destruction of your sons, your beloved ones, and that you will have no pleasure in them, but they will fall before you by the sword. Accordingly, you will not obtain your petition concerning them, nor concerning yourselves. You will be petitioning and making supplication, but you will not be speaking any word from the writing that I have written. 1 Enoch 14:1-7.
Enoch's journey takes on even more awe-inspiring turn as he ascends through the various heavens, unveiling the grandeur of God's celestial creations. This part of the narrative blends vivid imagery reminiscent of the poetic descriptions found in the Book of Job, with its detailed portrayal of the elemental forces like lightning, rain, thunder, and fire, all meticulously stored in their divine storehouses. Additionally, there's a striking resemblance to the Book of Revelation's depiction of Jesus, portrayed with the radiant and majestic qualities of the Ancient of Days, his appearance surpassing the whiteness of snow and the brightness of the sun. In this celestial realm, Enoch finds himself in the overwhelming presence of the great glory, presumably Yahweh, seated upon his throne. This scene is painted on a canvas of unimaginable scale and splendor, with 10,000 times 10,000 heavenly watchers or angels standing in attendance. It's a moment that captures the essence of divine majesty and the hierarchical order of the heavens. Amidst this grand assembly, Enoch, now referred to as the Scribe of Truth, a title underscoring his role as a recorder and conveyor of divine wisdom, is called upon by Yahweh God. This moment signifies a profound interaction between the divine and the human, with Enoch being asked to listen to the voice of God. This part of Enoch's narrative not only emphasizes his unique status as a human who's able to traverse the heavenly realms and stand in the divine presence, but also highlights the theme of revelation and the imparting of divine knowledge and truth. The scene sets the stage for a significant exchange, one that presumably imparts to Enoch, and through him to humanity, profound insights into the workings of the divine realm and its impact on the human world.
Go and say to the watchers of heaven who sent you to petition in their behalf, you should petition in behalf of humans, and not humans in behalf of you. Why have you forsaken the high heaven, the eternal sanctuary, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken for yourselves wives, and done as the sons of earth, and begotten for yourselves sons, giants? You were holy ones and spirits, living forever. With the blood of women you have defiled yourselves, and with the blood of flesh you have begotten, and with the blood of men you have lusted, and you have done as they do, flesh and blood, who die and perish. Therefore I gave them women, that they might cast seed into them, and thus beget children by them, that nothing failed them on the earth. But you originally existed as spirits, living forever, and not dying for all the generations of eternity. Therefore I did not make women among you. The spirits of heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. But now the giants who were begotten by the spirits and flesh, they will call them evil spirits on the earth, for their dwelling will be on the earth. The spirits that have gone forth from the body of their flesh are evil spirits. For from humans they came into being, and from the holy watchers was the origin of their creation. Evil spirits they will be on the earth, and evil spirits they will be called. The spirits of heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. But the spirits begotten on the earth is their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants do violence, make desolate, and attack, and wrestle, and hurl upon the earth. And they eat nothing, but abstain from food, and are thirsty and smite. These spirits will rise up against the sons of men and against the women, for they have come forth from them, from the day of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the soul of whose flesh the spirits are proceeding. They are making desolate without incurring judgment. Thus they will make desolate until the day of the consummation of the great judgment, when the great age will be consummated. It will be consummated all at once. And now say to the watchers who sent you to petition in their behalf, who formerly were in heaven, you were in heaven, and no mystery was revealed to you, but a stolen mystery you learned, and this you made known to the women in your hardness of heart. And through this mystery the women and men are multiplying evils on the earth. Say to them, you will have no peace. But Enoch 15:2-16:4.
Enoch's celestial odyssey continues as he is ushered into an even more expansive realm, tasked with beholding the entirety of the creation. This segment of the narrative elevates Enoch to a vantage point view, if any, humans have ever reached, allowing him to witness the intricate and profound mechanics of the universe. He is shown the treasuries of all the winds, suggesting a glimpse into the storehouses of nature's most powerful and untamed forces. Enoch also observes the very foundation of the earth, a glimpse into the core elements that constitute and stabilize our world, including its cornerstone, a symbol of the earth's origin and sustaining force. The narrative further expands into the ethereal realm as Enoch witnesses the winds of heaven, possibly denoting the spiritual or metaphysical forces at play in the higher realms. He sees the winds of the earth, which might represent the natural and physical forces governing our terrestrial environment. Enoch is then guided along the paths of the angels, indicating a journey through the routes traversed by these celestial beings, possibly hinting at the interconnectedness of the heavenly and earthly domains. He views the ends of the earth, perhaps a reference to the farthest boundaries of the physical world, and the firmament of heaven above, alluding to the celestial dome or expanse that separates the earthly realm from the heavens. Following this grand tour of the cosmos and its workings, the narrative transitions to a crucial section that may provide insights into the origin of the fallen angels myth. This part of Enoch's journey marks a shift from the exploration of the natural and celestial order to the unveiling of a more complex and dramatic aspect of angelic lore. The story thus far, with its vast cosmic scope and detailed depiction of the heavenly hierarchy, sets the stage for an exploration into the more enigmatic and controversial aspects of angelic existence and their interactions with the human world.
I came and saw a place that was burning night and day, where there were 7 mountains of precious stones, 3 lying to the east and 3 to the south. And of those to the east, 1 was of colored stone, and 1 was of pearl, and 1 was of and those to the south were of flame-colored stone. And the middle one of them reached to heaven like the throne of God, of antimony, and the top of the throne was of lapis lazuli. And I saw a burning fire. And beyond these mountains is a place, the edge of the great earth. There the heavens come to an end. And I saw a great chasm among pillars of heavenly fire. And I saw in it pillars of fire descending, and they were immeasurable toward the depth and toward the height. And Uriel said to me, there stand the angels who mingled with the women, and their spirits, having assumed many forms, bring destruction on men, and lead them astray to sacrifice to demons, as to gods until the day of the great judgment, in which they will be judged with finality. And the weaves of the transgressing angles will become sirens. Beyond this chasm, I saw a place where there was neither firmament of heaven above, nor firmly founded earth beneath it, neither was there water on it, nor bird, but the place was desolate and fearful. There I saw 7 stars, like great burning mountains. To me, when I inquired about them, the angel said, this place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the hosts of heaven. The stars that are rolling over in the fire, these are they that transgress the command of the Lord in the beginning of their rising. For they did not come out in their appointed time, and he was angry with them and bound them until the time of the consummation of their sins. 10,000 years. I, Enoch, alone saw the visions, the extremities of all things, and no one among humans has seen as I saw. Was Enoch 18:6-19:3.
Allow me to present a captivating ensemble. A combo of celestial custodians known as archangels or watchers, each tasked with overseeing a distinct cosmic domain. First, we have Uriel, the steward of Earth in the shadowy realms of Tartarus. Raphael, a guardian angel presiding over the spirits of humanity, a role both solemn and profound. Ruel, a figure of retribution, exacts vengeance upon the world of luminaries, celestial bodies embroiled in an eternal dance of light and shadow. Michael stands as the protector of the virtuous, a beacon for the righteous souls. Sariel, a watchful sentinel, oversees those spirits who dare to defy the spirit, a role demanding both wisdom and discernment. Gabriel, a custodian of paradise, holds dominion over both serpents and cherubim, a role as enigmatic as it is essential. Lastly, we have Remiel, a guide for those who rise, a role steeped in mystery and awe. Together, these archangels form a pantheon of guardianship, each playing a pivotal role in the cosmic ballet of existence. These may be later adaptations of angels, which in earlier forms like in Genesis 6 with sons of God, and earlier let us make man in our own image, gods. This author may be writing later, which changes them from gods to angels, but their roles are very similar in the pantheon. The passage from the latter part of the Book of Watchers, spanning chapters 21 to 36, indeed evokes a tapestry of apocalyptic and esoteric imagery, reminiscent of the Book of Revelation and the visionary accounts of an author that I read when I was younger, Mary K. Baxter, with all her revelations, hell, heaven, etc. In this segment, Enoch embarks on a profound journey, traversing realms both dreadful and divine. His odyssey begins with a visit to the abode of the fallen angels, those disobedient stars now imprisoned, a stark reminder of the consequences of celestial defiance. This aspect of the narrative prompts contemplation about the original intent of these punishments. Were they exclusively meant for the Watchers, or did they extend to humanity as well? The ensuing passages, however, seem to challenge this notion. Enoch's journey leads him to the mountain of the dead, a place of profound significance. Here, the spirit of Abel, the first victim of fratricide, cries out for justice against his brother Cain, until Cain's lineage vanishes from the earth. This mountain, as revealed by the angel Raphael, is partitioned into 3 distinct sections, one for the spirits of the righteous and the other 2 for varying degrees of sinners. These areas serve as holding grounds until the final day of judgment, where eternal curses are pronounced, linking back to the initial chapters of the Book of the Watchers. Following this, Enoch encounters the fire of the west, an unceasing inferno pursuing the celestial bodies. This element of relentless pursuit and judgment parallels apocalyptic themes found in other religious texts. In the next scene, with Michael the Archangel, Enoch is introduced to a striking vision of 7 mountains, with the central one towering majestically, kin to a regal throne. Amidst these mountains, a variety of trees are present, yet one, in particular, captivates Enoch with its unparalleled aroma. Michael's forthcoming revelation about this tree adds yet another layer to the mystique and symbolism prevalent throughout Enoch's journey. These vivid descriptions and the journey's progression weave together themes of judgment, redemption, and the cosmic order, echoing the broader narrative found in apocalyptic literature and offering rich material for theological, philosophical exploration.
Enoch, why do you inquire? And why do you marvel about the fragrance of this tree? And why do you wish to learn the truth? 25. Then I answered him, I, Enoch, and said, concerning all things I wish to know, but especially concerning this tree. And he answered me and said, this high mountain that you saw, whose peak is like the throne of God, is the seat where the great Holy One, the Lord of glory, the King of eternity, will sit when he descends to visit the earth in goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no flesh has the right to touch it until the great judgment, in which there will be vengeance on all and a consummation forever. Then it will be given to the righteous and the pious, and its fruit will be food for the chosen, and it will be transplanted to the holy place by the house of God, the King of eternity. Then they will rejoice greatly and be glad, and they will enter into the sanctuary. Its fragrance is in their bones, and they will live a long life on the earth, such as your fathers lived also in their days, and torments and plagues and suffering will not touch them. 1 Enoch 24:6, 26:6.
As Enoch's journey continues, he is led to behold Jerusalem, depicted as the center of the earth, a place intertwined with themes of divine justice and punishment. This part of his vision is presented by Sariel, an archangel who embodies the gravitas of such a significant locale. The depiction of Jerusalem in this context aligns with its emblematic role in many religious traditions, representing a nexus of spiritual and earthly matters. Following this, Enoch's odyssey takes a transformative turn as he is ushered into the paradise of righteousness. This utopian realm contrasts sharply with the earlier scenes of judgment and retribution. Here, he encounters the tree of wisdom, a symbol rich in meaning and resonance. This tree, from which the holy ones partake to gain profound wisdom, embodies the pursuit of knowledge and the divine enlightenment that follows. Enoch's reaction to the tree, particularly noting its beauty, underscores the allure and significance of spiritual insight. Gabriel, another archangel of great renown, accompanies Enoch in this segment of his vision. Gabriel's presence and forthcoming commentary add depth to the narrative, offering insights into the nature of this celestial paradise and the tree of wisdom. His words are likely to reveal further layers of spiritual understanding and symbolism, tying together the themes of knowledge, righteousness, and divine revelation. This journey, as described in the latter chapters of the Book of Watchers, is rich in symbolic imagery and theological themes. It mirrors the human quest for understanding, contrasting the consequences of sin with the rewards of righteousness, and intertwines the earthly with the divine, offering a complex tapestry of spiritual exploration. The Archangel Gabriel says,
"This is the tree of wisdom from which your father of old and your mother of old, who were before you, ate and learned wisdom. And their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven from the garden." 1 Enoch 32:6.
Enoch's journey, as narrated in the Book of the Watchers, is indeed a profound and expansive exploration that takes him to the farthest reaches and the very extremities of the earth. His travels are not just physical, but deeply spiritual and symbolic, traversing the entirety of creation, north, west, south, and east. Each direction offers its own revelations and experiences, contributing to the overarching narrative of divine judgment, wisdom, and the cosmic order. This odyssey to the four corners of the earth embodies a quest for understanding the divine plan and the nature of the universe. It's a journey that transcends the literal, venturing into realms of metaphysical significance and spiritual introspection. Enoch's experiences along the way, from witnessing the fate of fallen angels to the paradise of righteousness, encapsulate a broad spectrum of theological and eschatological concepts. The culmination of Enoch's journey, with a blessing to the Lord of Glory, serves as a fitting conclusion to the Book of the Watchers. This act of reverence and acknowledgement of divine sovereignty is a profound affirmation of Enoch's experiences and the lessons learned throughout his journey. It reflects a deep sense of humility and devotion, recognizing the overarching power and wisdom of the divine as the author sees fit. The Book of the Watchers, therefore, is not just a narrative of celestial journeys and apocalyptic visions. It's a rich, layered text that offers insights into ancient beliefs about angels, the cosmos, and the relationship between divine and humanity. Enoch's travels and the revelations he receives are a testament to the enduring human quest for understanding the mysteries of existence and the divine plan. One more note about the history of the Book of Enoch's acceptance and rejection in various religious traditions, and it's a complex and fascinating subject. From the Jewish perspective, the Book of Enoch, despite its rich narratives and influence on early Jewish thought, was ultimately excluded from the formal canon of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, and the Septuagint, Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. This exclusion also led to its absence from the deuterocanonical books, which are accepted in some Christian traditions, but not in the Jewish canon. The primary reason for its exclusion from the Jewish canon is the inconsistency of its teachings with those of the Torah, the central reference of Jewish law and theology. In Rabbinic Judaism, the book is often viewed as heretical. A notable example of this inconsistency is the mention of the angel Phanuel in 1 Enoch 40, 1-10. Phanuel, not found in other scriptures, is described as presiding over repentance and eternal life. Some interpret this as a reference to Jesus Christ, particularly given that Phanuel translates to the face of God, which would be in direct conflict with mainstream Jewish teachings. Additionally, the textual nature of early sections of the Book of Enoch, which appear to reinterpret or expand upon material from the Torah, such as 1 Enoch 1 being a midrash of Deuteronomy 33, might have contributed to its rejection. The detailed accounts of fallen angels, topic that was contentious and seen as inconsistent with the perceived sanctity of God's utterances, further fueled its exclusion. This perspective is exemplified in the debates between Trypho the Jew and Justin Martyr, where Trypho criticizes the Christian interpretations of such texts. The Christian perspective: in early Christianity, the status of the Book of Enoch varied. By the 5th century, it was mostly excluded from Christian biblical canons. However, it was considered scripture in the Epistle of Barnabas and revered by many early church fathers, including Athenagoras, Clement of Alexandria, Irenaeus, and Tertullian. Around 200 AD, Tertullian argued that the Book of Enoch had been rejected by Jews because it contained prophecies about Christ, which is a reflection of the divergent views on this text between Jewish and Christian communities. The Book of Enoch's influence on early Christian thought is undeniable, but its eventual marginalization in the mainstream Christian canon reflects the complex processes of canon formation and the differing theological priorities of early Jewish and Christian communities. Next, the Book of Parables. Thank you for accompanying me on this enlightening journey through the Book of Watchers, a captivating section of the ancient Book of Enoch. Our exploration has delved into the enigmatic world of early Jewish mysticism, uncovering tales of fallen angels, hidden celestial knowledge, the genesis of demonic entities, and awe-inspiring visions of divine judgment. I hope this voyage into the legendary narratives surrounding Enoch and the Watchers has been as intriguing for you as it has been for me, but our quest doesn't end here. The Book of Enoch holds more secrets, waiting to be unraveled in its subsequent sections. It's time we delve into the origins of Enoch and the intriguing Enochian tradition. Building upon our previous exploration of Adam and Eve and Cain's origins and various other myths, we now take a dive into the rich picture of Enoch's story, filled with a plethora of mystical elements such as magical knowledge, demons, giants, fallen angels, and celestial visitations. But before we try to unravel the mysterious Enoch, we need to recap where we are in the mythical beginnings of mankind told from the biblical narrative. We started with the obvious primordial myth of Adam and Eve, who have clear narrative connections to ancient Mesopotamia in the Adapa, Atrahasis epic, and Epic of Gilgamesh. We followed Adam's seed to his sons Cain and Abel, who represent the first murder. Cain most likely represents farmers and agriculture, while Abel represents the shepherds, who are nomadic. Hint, hint, that's why he's the good guy. Several Mesopotamian and Egyptian stories have common themes in their agricultural settings, and as we turn the page to Enoch, I need you to understand what we're gazing at. As biblical scholar Ronald Hindle, Assyriologist Joshua Bowen, and several other experts in their respected fields have recognized that the Genesis authors are reversing the theme of the massive Babylonian kingdom's mythology, with the ziggurat as the pinnacle of civilization. Several scholars, including Dr. Joshua Bowen, have written clear as day how Genesis has intertextuality with the much earlier myths of Mesopotamia. You know, the human imagination is amazing, as can be seen in fictional movies and literature, which includes these myths. As far back as written history, humans have written myths trying to explain how we got here, how the world and everything seen exists, and why they are that way. Why snakes crawl on their bellies, or why women have pain in childbirth. Why humans are mortal and die in due time. While these fundamental questions get answered differently by various ancient creation mythologies, the biblical one is late on history's radar in retelling its creation story and great flood. Enoch sits in this strange transition between the first man and woman and the destruction of humans by God and his divine counsel. Yep, you heard that right. There are several other gods with the biblical God. I mean, the biblical narrative expresses this all throughout the Bible. Mesopotamia thinks it's good for humanity to have the knowledge of the gods, which includes divination, magic, agriculture, witchcraft, and other secret knowledge. The biblical authors want to condemn this insight, as it only belongs to God or the gods and not humans. Mesopotamia says the city is good, and the Bible says that the city is bad. One good, one bad. Enoch picks up on this tradition and hammers the hell out of it. Our goal today will be to inform you of the origins of Enoch, which stretch back to the oldest known god in written history from Mesopotamia. It's strange that entire books were dedicated to this guy because he gets the smallest introduction in a long line of others smack dab in a genealogical list, which looks awfully similar to the Sumerian kings list. Just so you know, our goal on Mythvision is to bring you the best and legit scholarship from experts in their respected field, and one such fascinating scholar who sees obvious connections between Enoch and these far, far earlier Mesopotamian myths is Dr. or Professor Seth Sanders, who wrote the wonderful book From Adapa to Enoch, Scribal Culture and Religious Vision in Judea and Babylonia. Let's take a moment to focus on a significant ancient myth that influenced the biblical authors as well as the Enochian tradition. The myth of Adapa. Adapa was one of the most popular literary figures in ancient Mesopotamia. I mean, he was so popular that some scribes would even claim to be him. They claimed to be this semi-human, super-powered sage who went to heaven, met the gods, and have uttered some of the most important works of religious literature. Later, down the road, we see several scribes in the Jewish history of Aramaic and Hebrew literature who claim to identify with these ancient heavenly revealer figures. Enoch is one such heavenly revealer figure. But oftentimes it is also overlooked that Moses is as well. Moses ascends to the top of a mountain. Sometimes it's Sinai and sometimes it's Horeb. But he goes to the throne of God in the heavens where the mountains meet the clouds and meets with God, then comes back down to humanity to reveal the divine revelations to mankind. This is exactly what Enoch is doing. The Dead Sea Scrolls scribes were often claiming to be enthroned in heaven. Reminds me of the Ephesians passage of being seated in heavenly places. Keep in mind, the first evidence of what people were reading as scripture is from the Dead Sea literature. And while our Bibles today exclude Enoch from being scripture apart from the Ethiopic tradition, at the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, as they were being written, it was the most popular kinds of stories, even more popular than several of the books Jews and Christians revere today. I repeat, Enoch was extremely popular and was read far more than most of the biblical books we have in our Bibles today, which Christians and Jews call scripture. In fact, there may be some ancient drama here for your inquisitive minds. Professor Gabriele Boccaccini has postulated that two different Torahs were floating around in various Jewish communities. Our Torah that we have in our Bibles today that centralizes Moses was one, and the other priestly group had a Torah with Enoch as their centralized figure and heavenly revealer. Both groups seem to wrestle over the temple in Jerusalem. Even Dead Sea Scroll scholar expert Kipp Davis agrees with many of Boccaccini's observations. The idea that people can go between heaven and earth to bring back wisdom literally spans back into Sumer, which is the oldest known writing in the world. These sages, which traverse back and forth, are trying to access the larger order of the universe. They seem to be people who play a shamanic role with mystical revelations explaining the divine revealed secrets of the universe. It is often propagandistic for running empires and kings, and I bet you it was helpful to say their knowledge comes from heaven as authoritative. That kind of power and inequality of having this insight would put these sages in a safe place against other humans, as we see the sheep of any religion sees their cultic leaders as over them. Ancient kings would have these people on their payroll, and ancients would make similar criticisms we do today against the religious who use their roles to get money from the devotees, whether it's church or a seer telling you your future. They would say these ancient Mesopotamian sages dressed up in fish costumes and sucked the money from others' pockets. Here's a fun fact about these ancient Sumerian and Mesopotamian stories, is that they are extremely well documented and preserved. The documentation is often preserved on clay tablets, and we have several original copies of many things, unlike the Bible, where parchment, papyri, and other ways of documenting have been lost in the sands of history. So we have to use several other tools to try guessing on reconstructing the data. In ancient Mesopotamia, we have two thorough ascent to heaven myths. Though there are others, one is the myth of Etana and the other of Adapa. Here's a brief summary of the myth of Etana. Once upon a time, in the realm of ancient Sumeria, there lived a king named Etana, a ruler with ambitions as lofty as the heavens themselves. In a bid to secure an heir, he embarked in remarkable quest, soaring through the celestial expanse on the mighty wings of an eagle. His destination? The divine realm, where he sought the fabled plant of birth from the gods, hoping it would grant him the gift of fatherhood, since he is described as infertile. In the detailed form of the legend, there is a tree with the eagle's nest at the top, and a serpent at the base. Both the serpent and eagle have promised Utu, the sun god, to behave well toward one another, and they share food with their children. But one day, the eagle eats the serpent's children. The serpent comes back and cries. Utu tells the serpent to hide inside the stomach of a dead bull. The eagle goes down to eat the bull. The serpent captures the eagle and throws him into a pit to die of hunger and thirst. Utu sends a man, Etana, to help the eagle. Etana saves the eagle, but he also asks the bird to find the plant of birth in order to become father of a son. The eagle takes Etana up to the heaven of the god, Anu, the oldest god in written history. But Etana becomes afraid in the air and goes back to the ground. He makes another attempt and finds the plant of birth, enabling him to have Balai. Etana's royal pedigree was no mere fabrication, or so they would want you to believe, for he held the prestigious title of the first king of Kish, as chronicled in the esteemed Sumerian king list. This king's list was a very early myth genealogical origin story in Mesopotamia. In the annals of history, he was held as he who stabilized the lands, a regal figurehead tasked with bringing order to the chaotic world birthed by the gods. With such a distinguished reputation, it's no wonder he was cast as the leading protagonist in this captivating myth. A paragon of kingly virtue who united the lands of his time. He is most likely a mythological king who gets his own myth in the Old Babylonian period, circa 1894 BC to 1595 BC. His myth claims that he is the first real king, even though several kings of the Sumerian kings list are mentioned as earlier genealogical kings of Etana. However, as many scholars have noted, the names of these earlier kings mentioned on this list have names which indicate chaos or symbolize the disorder of the primordial period, indicating they're probably fabricated metaphors as names. The story's essence is one of unwavering trust in the divine, a message whispered across the ages. And who better to embody this profound wisdom than the renowned ruler himself, Etana, with his regal splendor and resolute character, became the ideal vessel to convey the lesson of putting faith in the gods, handpicked by this mysterious author of the myth. As evidence of its ancient origins, intricate cylinder seals have been discovered, showcasing the brave Etana perched atop his feathered steed during the reign of Sargon of Akkad. These remarkable artifacts serve as portals to the bygone era, testaments to the enduring power of myth and the timeless allure of Etana's soaring exploits. Thus, the myth of Etana weaves a tale that transcends time, whisking us away to a realm where kings commune with eagles and divine plants hold the promise of lineage. It implores us to embrace the celestial unknown and trust in powers beyond our mortal grasp. For even in the realm of myth and legend, the echoes of wisdom still resonate, reminding us to take flight on the wings of faith, as many of the faithful would suggest. My recommendation is to be highly skeptical and consider these stories, cherry-picking the good, throwing out the bad. This myth of Etana is the only Mesopotamian written myth that we have documented before writing, with several sills with a guy going to heaven on an eagle's back. Etana was called a shepherd, similar to what you find with King David and Jesus, because a shepherd looks after his flock and was a metaphor of kingship even before writing. In the sills of Etana, it is literally a shepherd on the sill. By the first millennium, Etana has fallen out of popularity and is considered an underworld ruler or judge of the dead. The myth of Adapa is also written down in a very early period during the Old Babylonian times. However, contrasting Adapa to Etana, Adapa gains steam and grows in popularity over the millennia. Most of the great Neo-Assyrian kings like Sargon II, who destroyed Israel, is equated with Adapa. In the realm of Mesopotamian mythology, a captivating story unfolds, starring none other than the mysterious Adapa. Unbeknownst to him, this legendary figure inadvertently spurned the enticing offer of everlasting life, referred to as Adapa and the South Wind. This mesmerizing account is pieced together from fragmented tablets discovered at Tel El Amarna in ancient Egypt during the 14th century BC, as well as from artifacts unearthed in the illustrious library of Ashurbanipal in Assyria during the 7th century BC. Delving further into antiquity, the oldest records of this intriguing character stem from Tel Hadad tablets inscribed in the sacred language of Sumerian, hailing from the 19th to the 16th century BC. Adapa's prominence within the realm of Mesopotamian faith cannot be understated. Uttering his name became a potent invocation in the mystical realm of exorcism rituals, a conduit to channel supernatural forces. Furthermore, he assumed the role of a powerful ruler, his name invoked to elicit favorable comparisons and emulate his wisdom. Among the scholarly circles, there exists a conflation between Adapa and the Apkallu, renowned as Uana. Here is Adapa's myth. After the flood, although the kingship was in Kish, humanity was without guidance and had no direction, and this led to the rise of Adapa. Adapa was a mortal man, an extremely pious, faithful servant and sage or priest of the temple of Enki. Or, in Babylon, this god was called Ea, who is the lord of magic and secret knowledge in the city of Eridu. Enki, sometimes considered his father, had given Adapa the gift of great wisdom, but not eternal life. While carrying out his duties being a faithful servant, he was fishing at the river Tigris to catch fish to offer as an offering to his god Enki. The sea became rough by the strong south wind, and his boat was capsized. He may have drowned from this, but angry, Adapa ascends out of the water and utters a magic spell which broke the wings of the south wind, preventing it from blowing for 7 days. Humans are not supposed to be able to do this, and the south wind was absolutely necessary for farming in this part of the world. So the world has come to a pause because of Adapa. The oldest known writing god in the world, the god Anu, freaks out wondering who messed up the natural order of the world. So he called Adapa to account for his action by coming up to heaven. But Enki warns him by instructing Adapa that they're going to try tricking you in heaven by giving you deadly food and water, probably poisonous. When offered garments and oil, he should put the clothes on and anoint himself, but don't eat. Sounds kind of familiar, right? The Garden of Eden story? So Adapa goes to heaven and is questioned, "Why did you do this?" Adapa said, "The wind attacked me." Anu laughed and said, "You humans are funny with your magic that give you divine powers." Anu instructs him to put on the oil and garments. So Adapa puts on the oil and garments as he recalls his master Enki said this was okay to do. Adapa is then offered the food of life and water of life, but will not eat or drink because he remembers the instructions of his god Enki. Anu, who asks why he will not eat or drink. Adapa replies that Enki told him not to. Anu laughs at Enki's actions and passes judgment on Adapa by asking rhetorically, what ill has Adapa brought on mankind? He adds that men will suffer disease as a consequence, which might explain an origin myth that we ask again in our stories. Why do people get diseases? Adapa is then sent back down to Earth. This is the origin story of his supernatural power of being able to do divine things and do mortal things. Incantations is one of the things Adapa brings to mankind from his visitation to heaven. Assyriologist and Hebrew Bible scholar Joshua Bowen has noted that Enki is trying to trick his devoted student and servant Adapa into not eating from the food and water of immortality, because he wants Adapa to bring the knowledge of the gods to mankind. If he would have eaten the food and water of life, he would have remained completely separated from mankind, and the secret knowledge would have remained contained only in heaven with the gods. Enki flat out just lied, but he did so to help humanity out. It reminds me of when Yahweh lied to Adam and Eve to keep them from eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Both deities lie to the humans, but for the opposite reasons. Yahweh wants to keep mankind in a state of innocence and without the understanding of the gods. In the intricate medley of ancient civilizations, scribal wisdom, magical practices, and ritual mythology played a significant role in the service of kings, such as those reigning over the mighty empires of Assyria and Babylon. What captivates the mind when considering the era leading up to Enoch is the remarkable spread of this literature, even in the absence of its original patrons. From the dethroning of the king of Babylon to the rise of Persia and the advent of Alexander the Great's Hellenistic era, the temples stood tall and the priesthoods flourished, their influence expanding in certain regions. In the absence of a central monarch, the scribes themselves sometimes assumed the central role, becoming the custodians of knowledge and authority. As the late Jonathan Z. Smith astutely observed, the emergence of apocalypticism seemed intricately tied to the decline of a native kingship. A noteworthy artifact, the king list from Uruk, catalogs the names of earthly kings alongside their esteemed sages. These sages were not only repositories of secret knowledge, but also wielders of healing arts and the power to exorcise demons. Among these malevolent entities, one finds the infamous Lamashtu, a demon known for abducting and causing harm to newborns in ancient Mesopotamia. Intriguingly, this figure serves as the ancestral precursor to Lilith, a prominent character in Jewish lore, often portrayed as Adam's supposed first wife. In a society steeped in misogyny, the moral of this cautionary tale echoes: refrain from engaging in contentious arguments with your husband, particularly when the dispute revolves around matters of intimacy. I trust you grasp the underlying message. In the midst of this rich jumble, one figure emerges as a hero in the face of Lamashtu's malevolence: Adapa. Revered in their tradition, Adapa possessed the rare ability to ward off the menacing demon, illustrated in a remarkable plaque during the 9th and 7th centuries BC. We witness the sage Adapa adorned in an attire reminiscent of a fish, valiantly protecting patients or expectant mothers from the demon's harm. Delving into the complex depths of ancient Mesopotamian lore unveils a world where scribes rose to prominence, demonic forces loomed, and heroes arose to confront them. It is a testament to the intricacies of historical narratives, where the interplay of power, mythology, and cultural belief shape the collective consciousness of civilizations. But still lurking in the air is the intriguing question at hand. It revolves around the interactions between Judean scribes and Mesopotamian traditions, particularly considering the striking resemblances between the narratives of Adapa and Enoch. Both figures emerge as celestial messengers, hailing from primordial times, and both become personified by scribes. Despite the lack of extensive verbal overlap between the two, scholars have noted profound structural parallels, prompting further exploration into the potential connection between Enoch and the earlier Adapa myth. It is noteworthy that both Mesopotamian and Judean societies underwent similar transformations, including the loss of native kingship and the conquest by the Persians and Alexander the Great. In both contexts, scribal cultures experienced comparable changes. Professor Jonathan Ben Dove has drawn attention to the remarkable similarity between the astronomical knowledge present in Enoch and the astronomical knowledge associated with Adapa in Mesopotamian literature. These conceptual affinities, though distinct, beg the question of how they can be connected. During the late Persian period, the same individuals held positions of power in both institutions, namely those who controlled the temples and education. In Babylon, education centered around Aramaic parchment writing scribes, who gained prominence due to the native Babylonian families' revolt against the Persian rulers. Consequently, new scribes assumed control of Babylonian temples towards the end of the Persian period. At this juncture, Babylonian scholarship thrived, with scribes trained in standardized Aramaic. Simultaneously, these scribes became the teachers of Hebrew scribes, instructing them in the art of writing. Thus, it becomes evident that Hebrew scribes during the Hellenistic period adopted an Aramaic script, as evident in their written works. The scholarly dominance of Aramaic practitioners extended throughout the Persian and Hellenistic empires, leaving a significant imprint on the intellectual landscape. This is corroborated by the presence of Aramaic Levi documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which employ a base 60 mathematical system rooted in Sumerian tradition, as well as Babylonian-style astronomy. Shared training among scholars naturally engenders shared literary ideas, further blurring the boundaries between distinct cultural and textual traditions. In a nutshell, these scribes would have known the Babylonian myths that root back to ancient Sumer and could easily have conveyed this knowledge to the Hebrew and Aramaic scribes. Interestingly, the Adapa myth from Mesopotamia and the concept of the Apkallu played a significant role in influencing the authors of the Enochian literature. The concept of the Apkallu, known as the Seven Sages, in Mesopotamian mythology played a formative role in shaping the imagery and ideas within the Enochian literature. It's not a coincidence that Enoch is the seventh generation from Adam, especially with the Apkallu being 7 sages. The number 7 holds symbolic importance in ancient cultures, often representing completeness, perfection, and divine order. The association of both the Apkallu and Enoch with the number 7 suggests their elevated status and their connection to divine wisdom. The Apkallu were considered semi-divine beings who were believed to possess extraordinary knowledge and skills that they imparted to humanity. They were depicted as half-human, half-fish or bird, and were revered as ancient sages and benefactors of civilization. In the Enochian literature, we see echoes of the Apkallu in the figure of Enoch himself and the heavenly beings with whom he interacts. Enoch is portrayed as a sage and revealer of divine secrets, much like the Apkallu. The imagery of hybrid beings combining human and celestial features finds parallels in the descriptions of angelic beings encountered by Enoch during his celestial journeys. But to truly grasp the origins and influences behind the Enochian stories, as well as the broader biblical creation and flood accounts, it is essential to delve into a significant historical discovery. The credit for the initial scholarly translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh rests with George Smith, a British Assyriologist who in the late 19th century worked as a self-taught expert at the British Museum. In 1872, Smith unveiled his groundbreaking translation of the Flood Tablet, an excerpt from the Epic of Gilgamesh detailing a cataclysmic deluge and the hero's survival. This momentous revelation reverberated throughout the academic community, triggering a heated discourse on its striking resemblances to the biblical flood narrative. The unearthing of the Epic of Gilgamesh, with its parallels to the account of Noah's Ark in the Bible, sent shockwaves through the intellectual realm, igniting profound contemplation. The shared elements between the two stories, such as a hero constructing an ark to survive a global flood and bringing along animals, raised intriguing inquiries about the genesis and universality of the biblical story. For many scholars of the time, this discovery posed a formidable challenge to long-held beliefs regarding the exceptionalism and divine inspiration of the Bible. The striking correspondences indicated that the biblical flood account was not an isolated occurrence, but rather part of a broader cultural and literary tradition prevalent in the ancient Near East. This realization prompted a reevaluation of the Bible's status as an exclusive and infallible religious text. The impact of unearthing the Epic of Gilgamesh on biblical scholarship cannot be overstated. It catalyzed further investigations into comparative mythology, ancient Near Eastern literature, and the intricate interplay between religious concepts and cultural exchange. This watershed moment ushered in a new era of biblical studies, demanding a more nuanced understanding of its historical and cultural context, and fostering a deeper appreciation for the intricate picture of ancient religious and mythological traditions. This discovery propelled comparative studies to new heights and enriched our comprehension of the interconnectedness and shared human experiences that underlie ancient religious traditions. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the protagonist obtains the plant of life, but loses it to a snake. Similarly, Enoch, in his tradition, attains immortality, never experiencing death, and survives the flood, much like Utnapishtim. While the direct comparison between Gilgamesh and Enoch may not be as explicit as with Adapa, the overarching theme persists: a human figure who endures the deluge, such as Utnapishtim, acquires immortality but is distanced from humanity, while Gilgamesh, a restless wanderer, embarks on a quest following the death of his dear friend Enkidu, driven by his fear of mortality. Alas, Gilgamesh fails to complete his trials and returns home empty-handed. Multiple poems recount Gilgamesh's story, each with its own unique details, yet the underlying essence remains. Interestingly, scholars widely agree that the Epic of Gilgamesh exerted significant influence on the Iliad and the Odyssey, two epic poems composed in ancient Greek during the 8th century BC, a fascinating tidbit of information to ponder. Enter the world of Enochian literature, a treasure trove of texts that expand upon the biblical narrative and offer a tantalizing glimpse into a realm teeming with angels, cosmic journeys, and divine revelations. In this rich jumble of apocryphal writings, Enoch becomes an ambassador between humans and the heavenly realms, rubbing shoulders with angelic beings and attaining the title of Scribe of the Angels. The Enochian literature, comprising works such as 1st Enoch, 2nd Enoch, and 3rd Enoch, presents Enoch as a seer, a prophet, and a revealer of hidden knowledge. In these texts, he is bestowed with the divine visions, uncovering secrets about creation, the workings of the universe, and even the esoteric arts of astrology and magic. Enoch ascends through the heavenly spheres, navigating a celestial landscape that rivals the most elaborate science fiction tales, all while conversing with celestial luminaries and receiving cosmic revelations. In this alternate Enochian universe, our protagonist's significance transcends that of a mere ancestor. Enoch becomes a luminary figure, a conduit for divine wisdom, and a herald of eschatological events. He walks the fine line between the human and the divine, straddling the realms of mortality and immortality. Through his writings and revelations, Enoch becomes a spiritual guide, offering a roadmap to understanding the mysteries of existence and the divine plan. If we're going to attempt solving the Enochian enigma, we should consider evaluating the Genesis 5 genealogy, where we first see Enoch, the son of Cain, appear momentarily like the blink of an eye. Let us look at the Mesopotamian kings list and the genealogy presented in Genesis 5, as they share several similarities which have led scholars to explore possible connections between the two. There's genealogical structure. Both the Mesopotamian kings list and the genealogy in Genesis 5 follow a similar structure of listing multiple generations in a linear fashion. They present a series of individuals, often with long lifespans, who are said to have ruled or lived for extended periods. Longevity. Both the Kings list and Genesis 5 feature individuals with remarkably long lifespans. In the Kings list, the early rulers are recorded as living for hundreds of thousands of years, while the genealogy in Genesis 5 depicts individuals living for several hundred years. These exceptionally long lifespans are not commonly found in other historical or mythological accounts. Their sequential descendants, both lineages in the Kings list and Genesis 5, provide a direct line of descendants. Each individual is listed as the son of the preceding one, creating a clear lineage from one generation to the next. And then there's divine or semi-divine connection. In both accounts, there is a connection to the divine or semi-divine realm. The King's list includes rulers who are descended as having been in direct communication with gods or even having divine ancestry. Similarly, the genealogy in Genesis 5 emphasizes the descendants' connection to Adam, who is portrayed as having a special relationship with God. These shared characteristics have led scholars to propose that there may be a connection or shared influence between the Mesopotamian Kings list and the genealogy in Genesis 5. Some scholars even suggest that the biblical account may have been influenced by or borrowed elements from the Mesopotamian tradition during the Babylonian captivity, as was noted in the previous Origins of Cain and Abel video. In passing, I want to note that there's an ancient Babylonian priest and historian named Berosus, who played a significant role in providing insights into the ancient Near Eastern context and aiding our understanding of the Book of Genesis. He was born in the 4th century BCE. Berosus was a scholar of Babylonian and Chaldean history and culture, and he's written several works. In his work, he discusses the Sumerian Kings list, which exhibit intriguing similarities in their numerical calculations. Both genealogies employ a systematic approach that highlights the lineage and the longevity of their respective figures. The significance, though, of Enoch's 365-year lifespan within this framework is indeed striking. A solar calendar consisting of 365 days per year offers a compelling explanation for this particular duration. The numerical correspondence between Enoch's lifespan and the number of days in a solar year hints at a deliberate choice of a solar calendar system by the biblical authors. This interpretation underscores the need to consider the cultural and astronomical context of the ancient Near East, where solar calendars play a prominent role in timekeeping and agricultural cycles. I just want to highlight it from the Greek world. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is a titan who defies the gods by stilling fire and giving it to humanity. This act of rebellion and the subsequent gift of fire symbolize Prometheus's role as a benefactor of humanity and a bringer of knowledge. Like the Apkallu and Enki, Prometheus is portrayed as an intermediary figure who challenges the authority of the gods and bestows wisdom upon humans. Additionally, the concept of divine beings interacting with mortals can be seen in Greek mythology through figures such as Prometheus. Prometheus was a titan who stole fire from the gods, gave it to the humans, an act that defied divine authority and led to consequences for both Prometheus and humanity. This act of transgression and the sharing of forbidden knowledge parallel the actions of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. The giants in Greek mythology were a race of powerful and monstrous beings who rose up against the Olympian gods. Their conflict with the gods, known as the giants, in Greek mythology were a race of powerful and monstrous beings who rose up against the Olympian gods. Enoch has giants in it as well. And you might as well say that Gilgamesh was a massive, strong, giant-type figure, which we see giants in the Genesis 6 account with the sons of God who come down. There has to be some type of connection. While I have searched far and wide along with other Assyriologists to try and find a direct birth narrative where a god mates with a mortal woman creating giants, we don't find it. But Gilgamesh is 2/3 divine, 1/3 mortal or human. This figure, with his strength and power, unlike regular mortals, seems to imply some type of tradition that has seeped its way into all of this literature. Also, let's note the comparison between the Titans' war against the Olympians in Hellenistic mythology and the rebellion of the fallen angels or sons of God against Yahweh in the Book of Enoch. Highlights certain parallels in their themes and motifs, suggesting possible influences or shared cultural concepts. In Greek mythology, the Titans were a group of primordial beings or deities who ruled before the Olympian gods. According to the myth, the Titans, led by figures such as Kronos and Prometheus, waged war against the Olympian gods in an attempt to overthrow their rule. This conflict symbolizes a cosmic struggle between different generations of gods and the establishment of a new divine order. Similarly, in the Book of Enoch, an apocryphal text associated with Jewish and early Christian traditions, a group of angels known as the Watchers or fallen angels rebels against Yahweh. These angels descend to earth, interact with humans, and teach them forbidden knowledge and practices. Their rebellion against divine authority is seen as a violation of the cosmic order and leads to the corruption and downfall of humanity. The parallel between the Titans and the rebellion of the fallen angels reflects a shared theme of divine conflict and the tension between different generations or factions of celestial beings. Both narratives convey the struggle for power, the challenge to establish divine authority, and the consequences that arise from such rebellion. I want to thank you for joining us on this captivating journey through the ancient world of myths. We've explored the fascinating connections between Mesopotamian, Greek, and Enochian traditions, unearthing the echoes of divine rebellion, cosmic battles, and the interplay between gods and mortals. But our exploration has only just begun. As we delve further into the realms of ancient mythology, we can't help but wonder what secrets lie within the deep mythology of Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch. How does his story intertwine with the cosmic flood and survival of humanity? Diving into the ancient texts of Mesopotamia is like embarking on a scholarly quest for the ultimate cosmic library. Imagine chatting with the deities who drafted destiny itself across the sky. What mind-bending secrets could you uncover from such celestial scribes? This journey isn't just a fanciful tale. It reflects how the old-time intellectuals of Mesopotamia dreamt of knowledge and how their dreams evolved. Were the heroes of these narratives humble shepherds, mighty kings, or wise sages? What profound transformations did they undergo? And what treasures of wisdom did they bring back to Earth? And how did their stories morph over time, popping up in spells or being retold in fresh, intriguing versions? Understanding these heavenly expeditions is crucial, not just for grasping how these ancient scholars viewed themselves in their long-standing cuneiform tradition, but also for seeing how they adapted to a newer, more diverse Aramaic tradition shared with Jewish scholars during and after the Babylonian era. At the heart of this exploration are questions about the nature and content of this intellectual exchange. For instance, while some researchers studying Aramaic texts see the legendary Mesopotamian king Enmeduranki as the archetype of cosmic knowledge gained from a divine voyage, Assyriologists often spotlight Adapa and the Apkallu as the true models of celestial wisdom.
The concept of a heavenly journey and its revealed knowledge held profound significance for Mesopotamian scholars. This documentary offers a fresh analysis of Mesopotamian texts and iconography related to the ascent to heaven, tracing its evolution from the earliest to the latest sources and placing them within their historical contexts. Previous studies have often focused on specific aspects, such as literary interpretations of the Adapa myths or theories regarding Enmeduranki and Enoch.
In contrast, this video aims to provide a comprehensive historical perspective on how Mesopotamian scholars themselves conceptualized and engaged with the idea of heavenly ascent in both theory and ritual practice. We'll explore the various depictions of the heavenly journey that were prevalent during different periods, particularly during the Babylonian and Second Temple periods, and examine how scholars of those times adapted and invoked their inherited texts and themes under new historical conditions. The narrative of Mesopotamian traditions concerning heavenly ascent reveals a shift from a focus on kings, epitomized by early myths and references to the celestial journeys of figures like Etana and the Ur-3 kings, Shulgi and Ishbi-Ira, to a later emphasis on sages and the transformation of royal power into scholarly ritual.
This transition reflects a broader evolution in the way knowledge and divine interaction were conceptualized, moving from the domain of royal power to the realm of scholarly pursuit. Through this exploration, we aim to understand not just the imagery and ideas associated with heavenly ascent, but also what these concepts meant for the scholars who pondered, wrote about, and enacted these celestial journeys.
Adapa emerges as a central character in Mesopotamian lore, symbolizing the zenith of heavenly journeys within their scribal culture. His story is referenced in a striking variety of at least 34 texts spanning from the Old Babylonian to the Hellenistic periods, initially appearing in the Old Babylonian era, circa 1894-1595 BC. The myth of Adapa's ascent to the heavens marks a seminal shift in the narrative of celestial journeys. As time progresses, especially in the first millennium, the narrative of Adapa gains prominence, while earlier figures like Etana recede into the background. From the outset, Adapa is not just a mythical figure, but an active presence in the rituals of exorcists who invoke or embody him during the Old Babylonian period. As the centuries unfold, his significance only grows. By the first millennium, Adapa is not merely a sage, but a symbol of ultimate judgment and skill, invoked repeatedly by scholars and kings alike. This marks a significant evolution from the earlier heavenly ascents, which were primarily undertaken by kings seeking to establish dynasties. By the Neo-Assyrian period, it is the scholars, not the kings, who embark on these celestial journeys, seeking not just power, but profound knowledge and ritualistic prowess. The narrative of Adapa further evolves after the rise of the Persian Empire and the cessation of native Mesopotamian kingship. He transcends the purely mythological and ritualistic spheres, stepping into the historical and political arenas as he is featured in king lists and monumental inscriptions. This evolution of Adapa's role from a mythic figure to a symbol invoked across various domains illustrates the dynamic nature of Mesopotamian intellectual and cultural traditions, reflecting a deep-seated belief in the power of knowledge and the scholarly pursuit of truth and order in the cosmos. Etana. The Ascents of Kings section begins with the tale of Etana, one of the earliest and most captivating stories of celestial ascension from the ancient Near East. This Sumerian king's legendary journey was not just an adventurous flight to the heavens, but a quest driven by his desire for an heir. He embarked on this perilous voyage aboard an eagle, seeking a mystical plant believed to bestow fertility. The narrative intertwines with a moral folktale of an eagle and a snake. Initially allies, the eagle betrays the snake, leading to its own downfall. In its time of need, Etana offers salvation, and the grateful eagle repays this kindness by becoming his steed to the skies. Interestingly, evidence suggests that Etana's story might have been a popular folktale even before it was chronicled in written form, as early seals depict scenes reminiscent of his journey. However, when the tale is finally put to tablet, it becomes more than a mere adventure. It symbolizes the divine right and the continuity of kingship. Etana's quest for celestial aid is linked with the legitimacy and perpetuation of his rule. Beyond the myth, Etana's legacy continued to evolve.
By the Old Babylonian period, he had transitioned from a mythic hero to a revered ancestral king, and even into an underworld figure, mentioned alongside the epic hero Gilgamesh in various rituals. Yet, as the first millennium BCE unfolded, Etana's presence in literature and ritual began to wane. Despite the occasional copying of his story during the Neo-Assyrian period, references and ritualistic invocations of Etana significantly diminished, signaling a shift in the cultural and religious landscape of Mesopotamia. This decline in Etana's prominence marks the evolving perspectives and priorities of Mesopotamian society, where once celebrated tales and figures could fade, giving way to new ideologies and icons.
The Etana myth, with its vivid depiction of a king's heavenly ascent on an eagle's back, resonates beyond its Mesopotamian origins, sharing similarities with a range of stories from classical, Persian, Islamic, and even 20th century Finnish cultures. This widespread motif of a hero's flight underscores a crucial point about the nature of ancient narratives. They often transcend their immediate cultural and historical contexts, echoing universal themes and motifs. Such parallels highlight that while narratives may appear similar, literary resemblance alone doesn't necessarily indicate a direct historical or cultural connection. The Finnish and Islamic versions of this motif, for example, can be described in ways that closely mirror the Mesopotamian account, reminding us that the significance of a narrative is not just in its content, but in what it meant to the people who told it and heard it over time. The Etana story stands out in early Mesopotamian culture, not just for its narrative content, but also because it's reflected in the art of the period, particularly in Akkad period seals. These seals provide the earliest visual representation of the myth, depicting a consistent and detailed scene.
A pastoral setting where men are engaged in making cheese, a man ascending to the heavens on an eagle, and 2 dogs, along with shepherds, witnessing this extraordinary event. The presence of this scene on seals indicates that by the Sargonic period, the story of a shepherd's celestial journey was not only known, but also popular enough to be depicted in everyday objects.
This visual representation, coupled with the narrative, offers a richer understanding of the myth's place in Mesopotamian culture, suggesting that it was more than just a story. It was a shared cultural touchstone that spoke to universal themes of aspiration, exploration, and the quest for divine wisdom or intervention. Etana's first written mention in the Sumerian king list, dating back to the Ur-3 period, situates him in a unique historical and mythological context. Positioned as the 11th king after a great flood, he follows a series of rulers with seemingly mythical names, such as Kulasina Bel, which translates to "all of them are ruler." This suggests a pre-monarchical era, or a time of diffuse leadership, rather than a single sovereign. In this lineage, Etana is the 7th king of the 2nd series of rulers, marking a significant transition. He stands out as potentially the first real ruler amidst the preceding mythical names, signifying a shift toward a more historical and recognizable form of kingship. His characterization as a shepherd aligns with the pastoral origins of many ancient Near Eastern societies and symbolizes his role in guiding and unifying his people. His most distinctive act, ascending to heaven, further elevates his status, intertwining his earthly reign with a divine or supernatural aspect. This ascent not only underscores his quest for personal solutions, like seeking an heir, but also symbolizes his extraordinary qualities as a leader capable of transcending the earthly realm and interacting with the divine. Through this narrative, Etana becomes a foundational figure, representing the melding of myth and emerging historical consciousness in early Mesopotamian civilization.
Etana, a shepherd who went to heaven, who consolidated all lands, became king and reigned for 1,500 years. Bali, son of Etana, reigned 400 years. Sumerian Kings List.
Etana's heavenly ascent, whether tied to the origins of kingship or his quest for an heir, as recounted in later versions of the myth, underscores his unique place in the Sumerian king list. As the 7th king of Kish, he aligns with other significant figures like Adapa and Enmeduranki, who are also often positioned as the 7th. In their respective sequences, a number that may carry symbolic importance, denoting wisdom or a special connection to the divine. This placement in the list reflects a synthesis of narratives.
Etana, the shepherd, and Etana, the founding king, emerged into a single figure, a unifier and a pioneer of kingship.
This merging also indicates an expansion upon the older story depicted in the seals, blending Etana's pastoral roots with his regal, mythic ascent to the heavens. The myth itself is known from texts spanning the Old Babylonian, Middle Babylonian, and Neo-Assyrian periods, each offering variations of the story. The existence of these different versions across time doesn't necessarily indicate
a linear evolution of the narrative, but rather points to the existence of parallel editions and interpretations reflecting diverse scribal traditions and cultural values.
In the Old Babylonian version, the myth is explicitly linked to the origins of kingship. This connection perhaps serves to legitimize and exalt the concept of monarchy by associating it with a divine or supernatural journey, implying that the institution of kingship has heavenly approval or origins. This narrative choice highlights the enduring significance of Etana's story in Mesopotamian culture, not just as a mythic adventure, but as a foundational legend that helped to define and understand the nature of kingship and authority in the ancient world.
The great gods, the Anunna who decree fate, sat to deliberate about the land. The creators of the world, the establishers of creation. The divine Igigi decreed the festival of kingship for the people, but a king they had not yet established among the many peoples. At that time, headcloth and crown were unworn, nor was scepter inlaid with lapis. Not a single throne dais was built. Sevenfold were the gates bolted against the valiant scepter and crown. Headcloth and staff lay before Anum in heaven. There was no ruler for the people. Kingship came down from heaven. Ishtar looked for a king. Text breaks. Old Babylonian kings list.
In the old Babylonian rendition of the Etana myth, he is depicted as the inaugural king, diverging from the sequence presented in the Sumerian king list. This version places a clear emphasis on Etana's adventures, marking them as the narrative's central theme. A significant line in this version echoes the language of the Sumerian king list, using the phrase,
"Kingship descended from heaven."
This phrase not only links Etana's story to the celestial origin of kingship, but also reflects the belief that sovereignty itself is a divine mandate, embodied in sacred objects of ritual and political importance that reside in heaven.
Under the watchful eye of the god Enum.
The text mentions gates bolted 7 times, symbolizing the barriers between the earthly realm and the divine right of kingship, awaiting a worthy ruler to unlock them. By the time of the Neo-Assyrian Nineveh version, the text reflects deeper contemplation and reinterpretation by scribes. This version introduces additional lines that preface Etana's selection as a ruler. Etana is once again referred to as a shepherd, but the term is employed as a political metaphor,
suggesting a herder of people rather than just sheep.
This metaphorical language was a common way to describe kings, implying their role as guides and protectors of their subjects. The Nineveh version seems to deliberately play with both the literal and figurative meanings of shepherd, suggesting that Etana transitioned from being a literal shepherd of sheep to a metaphorical shepherd of people. The evolution of the text over time, from the Old Babylonian to the Neo-Assyrian periods, indicates that scribes continuously engaged with and reinterpreted Etana's story as their own conceptions of kingship and sovereignty evolved.
This ongoing reflection and adaptation highlight the dynamic nature of Mesopotamian literary and cultural traditions, where ancient myths were not static relics, but living narratives, continually reshaped to reflect the changing values, beliefs, and political realities of the times.
After Etana is made king, he faces a personal crisis.
His wife is unable to conceive due to an illness. In a dream, however, she envisions a plant of birth that promises fertility. Etana, desperate to find this mystical plant, prays to the sun god Shamash to reveal its location, just as it was shown to his wife in her dream.
This sets the stage for Etana's quest and intertwines his fate with that of 2 animal companions, a snake and an eagle, who form a pact under the watchful eye of Shamash. The oath they swear is sacred, enforced by the threat of divine retribution should either violate it. The curse specifically mentions being denied entrance to the mountain land, a crucial area for hunting and thus survival. However, the eagle betrays this trust, consuming the snake's young in a cruel breach of their agreement. Seeking to escape the inevitable revenge, the eagle conceives a plan to ascend to the heavens. The betrayed snake, seeking justice, turns to Shamash.
The god advises a cunning trap in the mountains, where the snake can incapacitate the eagle, stripping it of its ability to fly and casting it into a pit. In its misery, the eagle too calls out to Shamash, who, in a turn of events, decides to intertwine the eagle's fate with Etana's. Meanwhile, Etana is in a state of despair, having exhausted all his resources and offerings in seeking Shamash's aid for his predicament. He laments the extensive sacrifices he has made, indicating his deep frustration and desperation.
Shamash finally responds to Etana's prayers,
instructing him to follow the same path to the mountains that the eagle had taken. This directive sets the stage for Etana's and the eagle's paths to cross, linking their destinies and propelling them towards the shared goal of reaching the heavens.
Through this intricate interweaving of human and divine, animal and supernatural, the myth of Etana explores themes of betrayal, retribution, desperation, and the pursuit of redemption and hope, all under the gaze of the gods who guide the fate of all beings. The encounter between Etana and the eagle in the mountains becomes a pivotal moment, a literal answer to their prayers.
As Etana rescues the eagle from the pit and aids in the repair of its wings, the story delves into themes of restoration and mutual dependence. The eagle, once a powerful creature of the skies, now requires the help of a human, possibly even a specific substance, Ieru, that shares a name with the word for eagle, to regain its ability to fly.
Similarly, Etana, a king on earth, finds himself in need of the eagle to ascend to the heavens on its back to obtain the plant of birth, hoping to cure his wife's barrenness and secure his lineage. The narrative cleverly plays on the word Iru, creating a linguistic and thematic link between the eagle, Iru, the substance possibly needed for its flight, and the concept of fertility and pregnancy, also Iru. This linguistic play adds depth to the story, highlighting the interconnectedness and interdependence of all elements within the myth. However, the path forward is not straightforward.
Etana implores the eagle to open his eyes and locate the plant of birth, but the eagle admits ignorance of its whereabouts. The solution to their dilemma comes through divine intervention. The eagle receives guidance in a dream, a common motif in Mesopotamian narratives, where dreams serve as a medium for divine communication. The dream reveals that their journey is not to the wilderness or earthly realms, but to the heavens themselves, where they will seek an audience with a goddess.
This revelation sets the stage for the next phase of their adventure, where the earthly and the divine will meet. The story of Etana and the eagle becomes more than a quest for personal gain. It's a journey into the unknown, a test of faith and courage, and a quest for divine wisdom and intervention. The Nineveh version of the text, reflecting later Neo-Assyrian understandings and interpretations, continues this tale of aspiration, desperation, and the hope of divine benevolence, capturing the imagination and spiritual yearnings of the Mesopotamian people.
The eagle spoke up and said to Etana, "My friend, that god showed me a dream. We passed through the entrance of the gates of Anum, Enlil, and Ea. We bowed down together, you and I. We passed through the entrance of the gates of Sin, Shamash, Adad, and Ishtar. We bowed down together, you and I. I saw a house with windows, a seal I pushed aside and entered. Seated inside was a young woman, awesomely crowned, her features beautiful. A throne was set up and the ground was trodden down. At the base of the throne, fierce lions lay. As I approached, the lions sprang at me. I started up in terror."
The narrative of Etana's ascent to heaven intriguingly parallels another famous Mesopotamian journey, the descent of deities like Inanna, Ishtar, and Nergal into the netherworld. Both journeys involve traversing through 7 gates, a number often associated with completeness or the divine in ancient Near Eastern symbolism. This symmetry is not just a narrative device, but a reflection of the Mesopotamian worldview, where the cosmos is mirrored above and below, with heaven and the underworld serving as dual realms of divine encounter and transformation. The oath sworn by the snake and the eagle underscores this parallel, while the phrase Nereb Shadu directly refers to the
entrance to the mountains.
The word Shadu also connotes the netherworld. In Mesopotamian belief, a spirit denied entry into the netherworld is condemned to wander the earth in torment. Etana and the eagle's journey to heaven involves passing a Nerebu, a threshold similar to the gates of the underworld. By juxtaposing Nereb Shau, entrance to the mountains or underworld, with Nereb Shameh, entrance to heaven, the narrative emphasizes the contrast and connection between these cosmic realms. The story also highlights the prophetic nature of dreams in Mesopotamian culture.
The eagle's dream, filled with fear, yet delivering a crucial message, aligns with other Mesopotamian narratives like Dumuzi's dream or the 7th tablet of Gilgamesh, where dreams serve as portent or guides.
These dreams aren't just personal experiences, but are often laden with broader cosmic or divine significance. References to Etana's death and his afterlife as a netherworld hero further complicate his character. A fragment of the text speaks of his ghost
a death like Etana,
suggesting his journey and fate resonated beyond his celestial ascent, perhaps becoming a metaphor for the human condition or the quest for immortality. This aspect of Etana as a netherworld figure persists in literary references outside the ascent myth, highlighting his multifaceted role in Mesopotamian mythology as both a celestial voyager and an underworld presence. The Etana story's meaning to its ancient readers likely varied, reflecting its multiple versions and interpretations over time. This multiplicity suggests that the narrative was flexible, adaptable, and subject to reinterpretation based on the changing needs, beliefs, and contexts of the audience and the scribes. Internally, the text itself provides clues to its evolution and reinterpretation. For example,
the late version's introduction implies that the old Babylonian version was either misunderstood or deliberately rethought, indicating a dynamic relationship with the narrative. The text was not static. Instead, it was a living story, continually reshaped to resonate with new audiences and integrate with other mythic themes. This practice of rereading and rewriting suggests that the story was significant enough to warrant such sustained engagement and adaptation.
The introductions to the text also offer insight into how it was intended to be read. They emphasize the themes of the first king, the founding of kingship, and the heavenly origin of kingship. This indicates that the story was seen as foundational, not just as a myth, but as a narrative with political and cultural significance, linking the institution of kingship directly with the divine. Externally, Etana's roles and representations in other texts highlight his multifaceted significance in Mesopotamian culture. In the Sumerian king list and the Ballad of Former Kings, he is portrayed as a primordial king, emphasizing his status as a foundational figure in the mythic past. However, he also takes on a role as an underworld ruler in various funerary and incantation texts, as well as in the standard Babylonian version of Gilgamesh. This duality suggests that Etana was seen not just as a historical or mythical ruler, but as a liminal figure navigating between life and death, earth and heaven.
The divinization of Etana, indicated by the use of the divine determinative in writing his name in the late version, further underscores his complex status. He joins figures like Dumuzi and Ningishzida, who exist in both heaven and the underworld, and Gilgamesh, who narrowly escapes death only to become associated with it. These associations suggest that Etana was seen as more than a king. He was a symbol of the human quest for knowledge, power, and immortality, and the ways in which these quests intersect with the divine and the afterlife.
Etana's primary role within Mesopotamian scribal culture was that of a legendary founding king, celebrated for his daring adventures and his significant position in the underworld. He was a figure whose narrative extended beyond the realm of mythology and into the practical and spiritual aspects of Mesopotamian life. In the second millennium, he was invoked in funerary texts and incantations, called upon for assistance as a ruler of the netherworld, much like the epic hero Gilgamesh. These rituals indicate that Etana was not merely a character from a bygone era, but a potent symbol and spiritual presence, believed to possess the power to aid the living and the dead. However, Etana's presence in later periods diminishes. He is not mentioned in letters or inscriptions, and his legacy seems confined to lists and historical accounts. This suggests that while Etana's story and his journey to heaven once held significant cultural and religious weight, over time his relevance faded and he became a figure of the past, remembered more for his mythic journey than his continued influence. The narrative of Etana is essentially a royal myth with a critical message about the nature of sovereignty.
The secret that Etana brings down from heaven is not a simple object or piece of knowledge, but the very concept of kingship itself, a divine mandate or blessing that legitimizes and empowers earthly rule. rulers. This theme resonates with broader Mesopotamian beliefs about the connection between the divine and the royal, where kingship is often portrayed as a gift from the gods, and kings are seen as intermediaries between the heavens and the earth.
While the traditions surrounding supernatural sages like Adapa or the Apkallu continue through a more extended history and are integrated into various aspects of ritual and culture. The narratives of kings' heavenly ascents, like that of Etana, during the Ur-3 period have a more concise historical arc. However, the impact of these stories is profound, suggesting deep-seated beliefs about the divine right of kings, the origins of power, and the role of rulers in bridging the celestial and terrestrial realms. Through Etana's story and others like it, Mesopotamian culture expressed its understanding of the cosmos, authority, and the human quest for knowledge and power. The skyward journey of royalty during ancient Mesopotamia's Ur-3 and Isin eras, circa 21st century BCE. Intriguingly, the first mentions of a royal climb to the cosmos in ancient Mesopotamia are not found in mythical tales or regal chronicles, but in the mundane ledgers of commerce. A financial document from the Ur-3 era notes allocations made when King Shulgi soared to the stars.
There, a group of female slaves, work of 142 female slave days, on the day when Shulgi ascended to heaven and was released, was withdrawn against Anana.
The dating notation, indicating the 48th year and 11th month of Shulgi's reign, intriguingly suggests these events occurred posthumously. This depiction of Shulgi's afterlife elevation to a celestial abode marks a unique instance of a monarch metamorphosing into a star. A subsequent illustration of kingly celestial ascent is documented shortly thereafter in an economic account related to Ishbi era. This particular record itemizes resources allocated for a grand mourning ceremony commemorating the monarch's ascension. This peculiar trend of noting heavenly ascents in date-stamped financial documents should be considered alongside the broader theme of divine status granted to rulers during the Ur-3 and Isin dynasties. Initially under Naram-Sin in the Akkadian era, and later beginning with Shulgi, Sumerian sovereigns started to adopt divine epithets, as evidenced by the holy symbol prefixed to their names and other godly ceremonial roles they undertook, including being the subject of hymns. Starting with Shulgi, it might have been customary to view each king through the Isin dynasty as having taken their place in the heavens post-mortem. Shulgi, in particular, enjoys a distinctive status, being acknowledged as a star constellation in additional texts. Since these accounts don't merely relay myths, but detail official state rituals, they offer a rare and valuable glimpse into the tangible ways religious belief and political ideology were interwoven during the Ur-3 and Isin epochs. This singular one-way journey to the afterlife, noted in the economic records for Shulgi and Ishbi era, stands alone within the broader collection ancient Mesopotamian texts and traditions.
Dr. Steinkeller's 2013 study offers a credible interpretation of the rituals surrounding these ascents, drawing parallels with the more thoroughly recorded funeral rites of Ur-3's King Shusuan.
In contrast, other known instances of humans ascending to the heavens in Mesopotamian lore typically involve a temporary visitation aimed at altering divine decrees or the fate of the visitor, as seen in the stories of Adapa and Etana. These narratives often link celestial journeys with royalty, but are distinct from the irreversible divine ascent of Shulgi and Ishbi era.
The tale of Etana, for example, is maintained in a literary format, emphasizing its mythic nature, whereas the ascension of these divinized kings is framed as a factual occurrence, with its costs and timing meticulously recorded, lending it a unique form of historical and economic legitimacy.
This portrayal as a historical event imbues the ascension with a sense of official reality akin to that of any state ceremony, marking it as a unique phenomenon in Mesopotamian records. Later historical texts from the region do reincorporate the motif of ascension for political ends, often featuring a wise figure as the protagonist, yet none carry the same public and state-sanctioned weight as the ascensions of Shulgi and Ishbi era, the god Dumuzi ascending. The ascent narrative takes an intriguing turn with Dumuzi, a figure who transcends mortal kingship to achieve divine status. In Mesopotamian lore, Dumuzi is the exceptional royal entity who is depicted as ascending to the heavens, a journey documented in two notable instances within the region's vast literary canon. The first of these instances is encapsulated in a hymn dedicated to Inanna, a deity intimately tied to Dumuzi's mythos. While the exact dating of this text remains uncertain, its thematic and stylistic elements suggest it originated sometime between the Ur-3 and Old Babylonian periods, indicating a continuity of the ascent motif over centuries. Dumuzi's unique narrative, blending human origins with divine destiny, adds a complex layer to the Mesopotamian understanding of the afterlife and the divine realm.
O maid, station him for me at the sky. Station for me at the sky the greatest of wild oxen. Station Dumuzi for me at the sky. Station for me at the sky the greatest of wild oxen.
In the face of Dumuzi's impending demise, a poignant plea emerges within the narrative. Inanna, a goddess deeply connected to Dumuzi, calls upon her own mother, Ningal, and Dumuzi's mother, Zertur. The poetic structure of the text alternates between these two maternal figures, reflecting a rhythmic appeal to place Dumuzi among the stars, possibly as a constellation. This proposed celestial elevation of Dumuzi mirrors the one-way ascension of Sholgi. Yet, it's crucial to recognize that Dumuzi's ascent is not presented as an accomplished reality, but rather as a fervent wish amidst the shadow of his mortality. The text stops short of confirming his ascent, leaving it as a hopeful vision rather than a reported event. The second mention of Dumuzi's presence in the heavens is found in the myth of Adapa, a narrative preserved in both Old Babylonian, Sumerian, and later Akkadian versions.
This account seems to subtly acknowledge the potential success of Inanna's plea. Adapa, upon his arrival in the celestial realm, is informed that he will encounter Dumuzi there, indicating that Dumuzi is acknowledged in the afterlife. The story suggests a ritualistic mourning for Dumuzi, akin to grieving for a deceased deity. In this heavenly setting, Dumuzi assumes the role of a doorkeeper, a position reminiscent of Eterna's duties in the netherworld.
This portrayal reinforces the idea of Dumuzi's transformed state, from a once mortal king to a divine figure with specific responsibilities in the afterlife, reflecting the intricate interplay between myth, ritual, and the conceptualization of divinity in ancient Mesopotamian culture. The ascent of the sage Adapa. In the rich picture of Mesopotamian intellectual history, the story of Adapa stands out as the most enduring and widespread narrative among ancient scribes. Adapa, a legendary figure, is more than just a prominent character. He is the quintessential symbol of wisdom and expertise in language and ritual for Mesopotamian scribes. His story is not just a myth, it represents the zenith of scholarly achievement and is central to understanding the cultural and intellectual milieu of the time. Adapa's influence permeated the very core of Mesopotamian scholarly practice, particularly evident in the long-standing incantation series known as Udug.Hul, Evil Demons. In these incantations, scribes would assert their authority and challenge malevolent forces by invoking Adapa's name, claiming,
"I am Adapa."
This practice, which spanned approximately 2,000 years, underscores the deep-seated reverence and identification scribes had with Adapa's wisdom and power. From the Old Babylonian period onward, Adapa's popularity surged, making him arguably the most renowned sage by the first millennium. His significance is further highlighted in key texts like the Babylonian temple handbook Tintir, where he is mentioned right after the mighty god Marduk. The breadth of Adapa's influence is seen in the diversity of genres and texts that feature him, ranging from letters and royal monuments to incantations, handbooks, catalogs, and narratives. This widespread representation across various forms of written culture is unparalleled, making Adapa a unique and vital figure for understanding the broader context of Mesopotamian Mesopotamian intellectual and cultural practices. The complexity and pervasiveness of Adapa's role in Mesopotamian literature make him a challenging subject to study comprehensively. Yet, this very complexity is what renders him an essential figure for scholars seeking to grasp the nuances of Mesopotamian scribal culture.
Unlike other mythic or historical figures who might appear in a limited set of texts, Adapa's story evolves and adapts over time, reflecting the changing needs, audiences, and objectives of the scribes who revered him. His presence across a wide array of literary forms indicates not just his importance, but also the dynamic and evolving nature of Mesopotamian scholarship and culture.
In the field of Assyriology, researchers have traditionally devoted much attention to the detailed examination of the Adapa myth, often focusing on the text itself rather than considering the broader context of how it was interpreted and understood by ancient Mesopotamian scholars. This approach has resulted in a diverse array of modern interpretations, which is fitting given the inherent richness and ambiguity of the Adapa story. The myth is recognized as a multifaceted literary piece that not only allows, but also seems to invite multiple interpretations. The text of the Adapa myth and the traditions surrounding it show evidence of evolution and reinterpretation over time. This indicates that the story was not static, but was continually adapted and re-understood by those who read and used it. It's not that the myth lacks a specific meaning. Rather, it's that its meaning and the role of Adapa himself varied over time and context. Adapa's enduring relevance and significance in Mesopotamian scholarly tradition suggest that he represented more than a single idea or concept to the scholars of the time. His significance was multifaceted and dynamic, reflecting the changing needs, interpretations, and intellectual currents of Mesopotamian society.
This study aims to delve into the interpretive and practical aspects of Adapa's role, focusing on what he symbolized to ancient Mesopotamian sages. It builds on the foundational work of Dr. Piccioni's 1981 Italian edition, which compiled many of the non-narrative mentions of Adapa. While Piccioni's work laid the textual groundwork for understanding historical uses of Adapa in Mesopotamia, it hasn't been thoroughly analyzed, especially not in English. This research seeks to fill that gap by examining Adapa within the cultural context of ancient Mesopotamia. Rather than relying on speculative reconstructions, this approach aims to provide solid evidence of how Adapa's roles evolved and how these changes aligned with broader shifts in Mesopotamian history and ideology.
From the earliest sources, Adapa is portrayed as a master of language and ritual, whose potent speech can threaten demons and gods alike. To understand Adapa's origins and enduring influence, the study will first explore his roots in the Old Babylonian period, focusing on two texts, the Sumerian precursors to the Sako, Udug.hul, incantations, and the myth of Adapa and the South Wind. These works help establish his role and significance for nearly 2 millennia. Given the vast and varied later sources about Adapa, this research will organize the materials by genre. This categorization will enable a clearer analysis of how Adapa's portrayal and significance shifted over time and how these changes corresponded with the evolving genres of Mesopotamian literature, such as monumental inscriptions and historical records. This genre-based approach will also reflect how Adapa's image and use were influenced by the changing political landscapes and fortunes of the first millennium empires. Through this comprehensive examination, the study aims to provide a nuanced understanding of Adapa's multifaceted role in Mesopotamian intellectual and cultural history. The earliest rituals and myths about Adapa, Old Babylonian, period c. 1800–1600 BCE. The most ancient ritual mention of Adapa is found within an Old Babylonian Sumerian incantation originating from Nippur. Although the original text is damaged and fragmented, scholars are able to reconstruct its content with a high degree of confidence thanks to closely related texts from later periods that provide parallel. These later parallels offer insights into the text's original form and content, allowing modern researchers to piece together and understand the significance of Adapa in this this early ritual context.
The Earth Lords, the Earth Ladies, Enkum and Ninkum. I am Adapa sage of Eridu. I am the man of Asaluhi. To cure the man in his illness, Enki, the great lord, sent me.
By the time of the Old Babylonian period, Adapa had already begun to assume a central role in the activities of Mesopotamian scribes, particularly in the realm of exorcism and ritual. This significance is underscored by his mention in the Udug Hul, evil demons, texts, which are among the oldest and most enduring Mesopotamian ritual series. The mention of Adapa in these texts is not only historically significant for being the earliest known ritual reference to him, but also because it connects to the very last known instances of such texts, stretching all the way to the 1st century AD. This enduring relevance highlights Adapa's deep-rooted importance in Mesopotamian, scholarly, and ritual practices.
The inclusion of Adapa in Udug-Hul is part of a broader trend of curating and compiling rituals into comprehensive collections, a practice that began in the Old Babylonian period and continued for centuries. These collections were not merely academic, they were practical tools for scribes and exorcists, used in combating the demonic forces believed to cause disease and misfortune. The rituals within these texts, including those involving Adapa, were part of a living tradition, continually edited and updated to meet the needs of the time.
The narrative of Adapa and the mythological elements within the Udug-Hul text share key features, especially in their earliest forms. In both the incantation and the myth, Adapa is depicted as a powerful ritualist hailing from Eridu, the city of Enki, the god of magic and secret knowledge. This association with Enki and Eridu enhances Adapa's stature as a figure capable of confronting and controlling supernatural forces. Notably, in the ritual texts, the practitioner performing the incantation claims to be Adapa, embodying his role and power. This practice of self-predication, where the exorcist identifies with a supernatural entity like Adapa or an Apkallu, a sage or demigod, is a common feature in early versions of these texts. It illustrates the deep personal and professional connection Mesopotamian scholars felt with Adapa, viewing him not just as a mythic figure, but as a potent and accessible persona to embody and channel in their ritual practices. The myth of Adapa and the South Wind. This ancient narrative, one of the most detailed and compelling from the realms of Mesopotamian lore, has been intertwined with mystical rituals since its inception. The earliest rendition, a Sumerian masterpiece from the Old Babylonian era, discovered at Tel Hadad, is more than a mere tale.
It culminates with a powerful incantation, where the deity Enki addresses the south wind, transforming the story into a historiola, a myth with a purpose, aimed at combating the demons of disease.
From the moment we delve into its lines, it's clear that this isn't just literary artistry. It's a magical medical narrative, akin to the ancient spells of Udug-Hul. Interestingly, this Sumerian version also includes a lengthy prologue, setting the story in a time before time, a feature missing in its later retellings. The Middle Babylonian version, found in far-off Egypt's Amarna, is more concise, omitting both the mystical prologue and the incantation. Yet, as the tale evolves through the ages, reaching the Neo-Assyrian epic in Nineveh, the tradition of concluding with an incantation resurfaces, this time invoking the goddess Gula to ward off illness. At its heart, Adapa's tale remains consistent across variations, blending myth with ritual. However, in the mythic narrative, Adapa's mastery of words and wisdom doesn't solve mortal quandaries. Instead, it presents a celestial conundrum, challenging the gods themselves. The Sumerian version begins in the primordial age, shrouded in mystery.
In those distant days, after the flood had swept over and the destruction of the land had been brought about,
the tale unfolds in a primordial epoch, a time of emerging consciousness and the dawn of civilization. It speaks of monumental inventions that shaped human history, the creation of canals, the birth of agriculture, and the establishment of kingship, specifically referencing the legendary first dynasty of Kish, possibly led by the mythical Etana. This era, while marked by a nascent, burgeoning knowledge, was also a period of blissful naivete. The mighty south wind, known only for its benign influences, blew across a world where the concepts of command and obedience were yet to be understood. After a gap in the narrative, we meet Adapa, a fervent follower.
Adapa's daily routine involves fishing to provide for Enki's temple in the ancient city of Eridu. His seafaring is a precarious art, managing without the aid of a rudder or pole, yet his skill is unmatched. However, one day, his boat is capsized by the tumultuous south wind. In a fit of rage, Adapa breaks the wings of the wind, causing a disturbance that reaches the high heavens and the ears of the supreme deity, Anu. Anu's decree is for Adapa to ascend to heaven.
Before his journey, Enki counsels Adapa with cryptic advice about the offerings he will encounter in heaven: bread, water, a garment, and oil. Enki instructs him to refuse the first three, but to accept the oil. Additionally, Adapa is to don mourning attire, and upon meeting the deities, Dumuzi and Nigishzida, he is to explain that their demise is the reason for his earthly presence. This act of respect is meant to grant him favor and entry into the divine realm. Adapa's arrival in heaven coincides with a moment of ritual significance.
On the day of ritual bathing, the day of the new moon, the day of judgment.
In heaven, Adapa is received with honors befitting a deity, even offered a throne, a symbol of his potential elevation to immortality. Yet, as forewarned by Enki, he declines the gifts of bread, water, and a garment, each a metaphorical key to eternal life. And the high god, upon witnessing Adapa's refusal, reveals a bitter truth with a laugh. Enki, in his cunning wisdom, has orchestrated this very scenario to prevent Adapa from attaining immortality. The narrative reaches its climax with two pivotal events.
First, Adapa is charged with the task of mending the south wind's wings, a symbolic act of reconciliation and restoration of order. Following this, An decrees a momentous shift in the cosmos. The instructions, Aga, rituals, Bidluda, and principles of order, Mi, are to descend from the heavens, granting humanity access to divine knowledge for the first time.
This celestial download marks a new era where humans can harness and ritualize the powers that once solely belonged to the gods. The story concludes with an incantation, possibly the first of its kind, a magical utterance against the south wind. This spell, derived from Enki's own power, symbolizes the newfound ability of humans to interact with and influence the divine realm. In this moment, Adapa's tale transforms from a narrative of personal trial to a foundational myth explaining the origins of human wisdom, rituals, and the very fabric of ordered society. Through Adapa's journey, the story illustrates the transition from a world governed by the whims of gods to one where humans hold the knowledge to shape their own destinies. The ancient text of Adapa and the South Wind presents three distinct elements that diverge from its later adaptations, spanning from the late Bronze Age Akkadian versions to Hellenistic Greek interpretations by Berossos. These variations not only highlight the evolving narrative of Adapa, but also align with the broader tradition surrounding this mythic figure.
Etiology of Adapa's power. The original tale serves as a detailed etiology, explaining the origins of Adapa's unique yet transmissible abilities over demons and healing. The story vividly illustrates a paradox where Adapa initially disables a demonic wind and is subsequently divinely chosen to heal it. This act symbolizes his dominance over formidable supernatural forces. Later versions transform this theme, often diluting the explicit nature of Adapa's dual role as both conqueror and healer of the demonic. Adapa's heavenly throne. In the earliest accounts, Adapa is granted a throne in heaven, signifying a potential elevation to divinity or immortality. This significant event fades from later narratives, though echoes of it resurface in the first millennium Babylonian shrines, where the son of Uan, Adapa, is mentioned as sitting on the throne of An. The disappearance and subtle re-emergence of this motif in later texts indicate a shifting perspective on Adapa's status and his relationship with the divine. Cultural heroism and order. Initially, Adapa is portrayed as a pivotal figure in introducing culture and order to humanity. His heavenly initiation triggers the descent of cosmic principles, guiding human civilization's development. This aspect is creatively reinterpreted by Berossos, who recasts Adapa as a Hellenistic culture hero, a protos heretes, or first inventor. This reimagining reflects a broader trend in ancient narratives to align older myths with contemporary cultural and intellectual ideals.
These divergences highlight the fluid nature of myth-making, where stories adapt to fit new contexts and audiences, altering characters and events to resonate with the prevailing cultural ethos. Adapa's tale, with its variations, serves as a fascinating example of how myths evolve, reflecting the changing values, beliefs, and knowledge of the societies that retell them. The scholarship surrounding the Akkadian narratives of Adapa delves into the inherent paradoxes presented in the texts. The question of whether Adapa's visit to heaven was a triumph or a failure, and whether he ultimately benefited or harmed humanity. These narratives offer ambiguous elements that Assyriologists have interpreted in various, often contrasting ways.
One significant piece of evidence comes from a proverb from the early 2nd millennium, which portrays Adapa as a figure who knows no loss as he traverses the mountains, Kur, a term also denoting the cosmic underworld or otherworld.
This depiction aligns Adapa with the archetype of a wise and capable explorer of both the physical and metaphysical realms. The incident where Adapa encounters a supernatural disaster on the waters near Eridu, Asogidid with the Abzu, the cosmic home of Enki, further cements his role in navigating and interacting with this otherworldly spaces. This duality of being weis and entangled in cosmic conflicts is central to the nature and power of the Apkallu, of which Adapa is a prime example. Adapa's most enduring qualities, as highlighted in Israel's study, language has power of life and death, are his absolute power over words and his role as the servant of Enki, the god of wisdom, magic, and mischief. These attributes mark him as a patron figure for scribes and ritual practitioners. However, despite these insights, the literary analysis of Adapa's story remains inherently inconclusive due to its fundamentally ambiguous nature, a characteristic that is quintessential to understanding Adapa himself. To gain a more comprehensive understanding of Adapa's significance, scholars propose examining how Mesopotamian scribes and their culture historically interpreted and utilized the figure of Adapa. By exploring these native interpretations and the various contexts in which Mesopotamian scholars applied the myth of Adapa, one can uncover how his meaning and relevance evolved over time within the culture. This approach goes beyond literary analysis, seeking to understand the broader cultural and historical implications of Adapa's story and how it influenced and reflected the beliefs, values, and knowledge of the Mesopotamian civilization. First Millennium Kings and Adapa. First millennium Mesopotamian kings often sought to align themselves with figures of mythic wisdom and power to legitimize and exalt their rule, and Adapa emerged as a particularly resonant symbol for these rulers. Sargon II, notable for his conquest of Israel, is the earliest known ruler to invoke Adapa, choosing him over other mythic heroes like Gilgamesh or Atrahasis. In an inscription from his town, Dur Sharukan, Fort Sargon, he is likened to Adapa in terms of open-mindedness, perceptiveness, and wisdom, attributes essential for a ruler of his stature and ambition. This comparison wasn't merely a personal boast, but a political and intellectual strategy. By aligning himself with Adapa, a sage known for his wisdom and power over the supernatural, Sargon II and subsequent kings, like Sennacherib and Esarhaddon, were not just claiming a metaphorical kinship with these revered figures, but were also asserting their divine mandate and exceptional intellectual and moral qualities. The term rival equal Shinat, used in these references, suggests that these kings saw themselves not just as ordinary rulers, but as possessing a wisdom and capability on par with the legendary sages, a significant claim in a culture that highly valued such knowledge and power.
This association also had practical implications. It wasn't just about personal or divine wisdom, but was tied to the very real and tangible achievements of these rulers, particularly in their building programs and military conquests. For instance, Sennacherib's annals don't just praise his wisdom, they link it directly to the success of his construction projects and conquests, suggesting that his capabilities are evidence of his divine endowment and his rightful place as a ruler.
Similarly, Esarhaddon's claim of being.
Rival of the sage Adapa.
While discussing his plans for rebuilding an arsenal further solidifies this trend. These kings weren't just comparing themselves to Adapa.
They were positioning themselves within a tradition of divinely sanctioned wisdom and power, asserting their rule as a continuation of the cosmic order and cultural heritage that Adapa represented.
This strategic invocation of Adapa reflects a sophisticated understanding of the power of myth and symbolism in upholding and justifying the authority of kings in ancient Mesopotamian society. The evolving narrative of Assyrian kings aligning themselves with Adapa reflects a broader shift in the royal ideology of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, particularly under the Sargonid dynasty. The Sargonids didn't just perform more rituals and collect more texts, they also expanded the range of textual genres incorporated into their royal inscriptions. This practice wasn't merely about showcasing the diversity of their empire's knowledge, but was a deliberate move to position the royal texts themselves as symbols of Assyrian knowledge and power. The king's deeds were increasingly presented not just as military or administrative achievements, but as scholarly and cognitive feats. This shift is evident in the way kings like Assurbanipal, who reigned from 669-630 BCE, spoke of their accomplishments. Assurbanipal's building inscription is particularly telling. While it does describe his building program, the focus is on his comprehensive scholarly knowledge.
His claim of grasping the work of the sage Adapa, the hidden treasure of the whole scribal art, suggests a deeper connection with Adapa's wisdom, possibly even attributing the invention of cuneiform writing to him.
This statement isn't just about venerating an ancient sage. It's about claiming a direct lineage and mastery over the same profound and hidden knowledge that Adapa was said to possess. For Assurbanipal, this scholarly prowess wasn't just a personal trait, but a central aspect of his rule. He didn't just claim to be in the temples or part of the Council of Scholars. He also professed the ability to interpret dreams and tablets, skills that would have been highly valued in Assyrian society for their connection to divine wisdom and guidance. This isn't just the king presenting himself as a warrior or a builder, but as a scholar, a wise man, and a priestly figure with access to cosmic secrets and divine favor. These narratives reflect a sophisticated understanding of kingship, where power isn't just derived from military might or divine right, but also from wisdom, learning, and a connection to the cultural and intellectual heritage of the empire. By aligning themselves with Adapa and emphasizing their scholarly achievements, these kings were not just constructing a persona for themselves. They were crafting an image of the Assyrian Empire as a realm of knowledge, wisdom, and cosmic order, with the king as both its guardian and its greatest exemplar.
Assurbanipal's reign marked a significant transformation in Assyrian scribal culture, characterized by the state-sponsored expansion and modification of intellectual traditions. This period saw a surge in the production of commentaries and ritual texts, indicating a broader intellectual movement rather than mere preservation of existing knowledge. The emergence of entirely new discursive forms, notably the cultic commentary, exemplifies this shift. These texts were not just additions to the scholarly corpus, but were notably complex and challenging, suggesting they were intended for a select, informed audience.
The complexity of these materials likely stems from their in-group nature, designed for a scholarly community deeply immersed in the nuances of their craft. The process described as intextualization, where oral traditions and discourses are transformed into fixed, written texts, played a significant role here. Linguistic anthropologists observe that this shift from fluid oral tradition to fixed written form often involves a level of abstraction and formalization that can make the resulting texts obscure to those not initiated into their specific context and use. This move towards creating complex, explanatory texts that are difficult for the uninitiated to understand wasn't just an academic exercise. It represented an extension of Neo-Assyrian centralizing power into the realm of writing and intellectual life. By fostering a state-sponsored, scholarly culture and creating texts that required specialized knowledge to understand, the Assyrian state was not just preserving knowledge, but actively shaping it. This effort was likely aimed at furthering the centralization and standardization of knowledge, aligning intellectual culture with the state's political and cultural objectives.
The appearance of these difficult, context-dependent texts in royal libraries is more than a mere historical curiosity. It's indicative of a broader strategy to control and direct the intellectual life of the empire. These texts served as a record of the state's engagement with an authority over scholarly activity, demonstrating a deliberate policy of cultivating, controlling, and utilizing intellectual culture to reinforce the power and prestige of the Assyrian state and its ruler. This period represents a pivotal moment in the history of Assyrian intellectual culture, where the state actively intervened to shape, standardize, and control the production and dissemination of knowledge.
Assurbanipal's claim to have grasped all knowledge is akin to a scholarly superhero's boast, presenting himself as an ancient sage with extraordinary powers. This image is not just for show, but serves as political theater, positioning him as a rival to celestial beings, privy to the universe's secrets, and a decoder of mystical messages among the intellectual elite. He's like a character from a cosmic drama, claiming a lineage from wise ancestors and divine beings, much like a royal claiming descent from gods. In contrast, Nebuchadnezzar I, another ruler, paints himself with a humbler brush, tracing his roots back to a Sumerian king famed for divination, but doesn't claim such powers himself. Instead, he projects this mystical ability back into a storied past, creating a grandiose family tree. Assurbanipal's scholars run with this theme, suggesting he descends from a sage and the mythical Adapa, further blending politics with the prestige of the scholarly world. As empires fell and rose in Mesopotamia, the character Adapa morphed from a wise man into a symbol of the changing relationship between knowledge and power. Babylonian scholarship, with its rich intellectual tradition, continued and even blossomed in some areas like mathematical astronomy. Yet, its tie to the ruling regime evolved significantly. By the time the Persians ruled, the dynamics had flipped entirely. Kings like Cyrus used the scholarly narrative to undermine their predecessors, employing the same sophisticated language to craft satirical tales. One such parody ridicules Nabonidus circa 540-530 BCE, previous ruler, by depicting him as a bumbling artist who made a hideous statue of the moon god, turning the profound relationship between wisdom and royal authority into a farcical anecdote.
Mumu did not shape its form, the wise, or you and Adapa did not know its name.
The criticism aimed at Nabonidus suggests that his religious reforms were so outlandish they shocked even the gods and sages, those believed to have conceived the cosmos. Central to this is Ea, a deity envisioned as crafting every creature and concept within the Apsu, a primordial watery abyss representing the source of all wisdom and forms.
Adapa, a mythic figure, is renowned as the one who knows the names of all Ea's creation, reflecting the ancient belief that knowing something's name grants power over it.
This portrayal of Adapa as the ultimate scholar and exorcist is critical. In Mesopotamian education, much learning revolved around understanding signs and names, with the idea that naming an ailment is a step toward curing it.
Adapa's role is somewhat akin to Adam in Genesis, who names animals, or God in Psalm 147, who names the stars. Yet it's perhaps most closely mirrored by Enoch in the Aramaic texts, who, in a divine revelation, learns the names of all the stars.
As the narrative continues, Cyrus inserts a tirade into Nabonidus's mouth, using this ancient tradition of naming and knowledge as a backdrop to criticize and mock his predecessors' religious practices, highlighting the intertwining of knowledge, power, and religion in the ancient world. Nabonidus is depicted as declaring he surpasses Adapa in knowledge, referencing a piece titled
The Lunar Crescent of Anu and Enlil.
This statement is laced with a Sumerian pun that is lost in translation, but intended to portray Nabonidus as both mad and conceited. The irony is thick.
He's trying to align himself with the esteemed astronomical divinatory text, Enuma Anu Enlil, yet he bungles it. His obsession with the moon god leads him to misrepresent the text's name, inadvertently substituting it with a deity's name.
This portrayal is biting criticism, implying that Nabonidus's religious fervor has made him foolish. So much so that he confuses a foundational scholarly work with his personal deity. It's a clever play on words that paints him as profoundly out of touch, unable to grasp even the basics that every learned person would know, and suggests his innovations in religion stem from ignorance and delusion rather than enlightenment. This scathing parody marks a seismic shift in Mesopotamian history and culture, becoming possible only after the demise of local rulers. The satire turns the Neo-Assyrian tradition on its head. Previously, kings like Assurbanipal would compare themselves to Adapa to elevate their status, but now Nabonidus's self-comparison is mocked, his ambition seen as overreaching hubris. This inversion of roles highlights the changed landscape where the once revered association of a king with an Apkallu, a wise sage, is now seen as almost sacrilegious. This new portrayal of Adapa signifies a broader historical transformation. Mesopotamian scholarship, once a tool in the hands of the king to legitimize his rule, has slipped from the monarchy's grasp. Cyrus's verse account reflects this shift, part of a wider evolution in Mesopotamian literary genres. While the Akkadian tradition of royal inscriptions continues, the context dramatically changes with foreign rulers now at the helm, altering the dynamic between royal authority and indigenous traditions. While Persian kings did adopt certain Mesopotamian cultural and rhetorical elements, they selectively chose what suited them.
A Persian king never again claims the deep traditional Mesopotamian knowledge, or portrays himself as a sage of cuneiform wisdom. The era of kings boasting divine wisdom and sage-like prowess ended not with a whisper, but with a scornful jest at the expense of a native king, marking a definitive end to a long-standing tradition.
When Mesopotamian scholarship continued without a native king, it underwent a significant transformation. The scholars and scribes, who had long been pivotal in maintaining and administering Mesopotamian cultural and religious traditions, found themselves in a new role. Without a Mesopotamian monarch to serve, these learned groups maintained their prominence, but their relationship with power and tradition evolved. They began to take more direct control of the public manifestations of their knowledge, collaborating with the new foreign rulers. Textual traditions, once a means to link the present with the divine and the ancestral past, continued to serve this purpose. But the scribes were now the primary custodians of this continuity.
They became the sole bearers of an ancient legacy, preserving and perpetuating the wisdom of the past in a world where the political landscape had dramatically shifted.
This transition is evident in the cuneiform texts from the Persian and Hellenistic periods.
These texts, produced under new rulers and different cultural influences, reflect the changing role of scholars and the enduring importance of their work. A poignant example of this continuity amidst change is the brick of Anu-Ubalit Kephalon, a figure with a hybrid Babylonian Greek name, indicative of the cultural transformations during the Seleucid period. As a city magistrate in Uruk under Antiochus IV, his brick in the new Seleucid era shrine,
the Resh shrine which Oannes Adapa built of old,
as shows the enduring legacy of Mesopotamian tradition. Even as the political and cultural context transformed, the scholars continued to assert their ancient heritage, linking the present with the mythical past and showcasing the resilience and adaptability of Mesopotamian scholarship. The dedication on the massive new Anu temple in Uruk represents a remarkable shift in Mesopotamian tradition. Historically, building inscriptions were the domain of kings and governors, symbols of their power, piety, and connection to a venerable past. They often boasted of reconstructing ancient works, linking themselves to revered royal ancestors. However, this unique inscription attributes the construction of a temple to a mythical sage, Adapa, rather than a reigning monarch. This unprecedented move highlights the evolving memory and status of kings and sages during the Seleucid period.
The concept of a sage as a builder had mythical precedents. Gilgamesh, for example, likened the impeccable foundations of Uruk to the work of the 7 counselors. Yet, the explicit credit given to Adapa for building the Resh temple, the grandest shrine to the sky god Anu, is unparalleled. This shift is significant, indicating that the traditional royal prerogative of founding temples had been symbolically transferred to a figure of wisdom and knowledge.
Adapa's prominence in the Resh temple's rituals during the Hellenistic period further underscores this transformation. He wasn't just a mythical figure from the past, he was actively incorporated into contemporary religious practices, participating in the procession of gods during significant ceremonies. His role extended beyond the Resh temple. He was also significant in the Esagila temple at Babylon, dedicated to the same sky god Anu. The inclusion of Adapa in these contexts, especially in the Uruk temple's archives as the sage associated with the first king in history, marks a historical departure. A mythical sage now usurped what was traditionally a royal privilege, reflecting a broader shift in how knowledge, power, and tradition were conceptualized. In a time of changing rulers and cultures, the elevation of a sage over a king in such a public and permanent manner speaks to the enduring influence and reimagined role of Mesopotamian scholarship in maintaining and reshaping the region's cultural and religious identity.
The Seleucid period in Uruk presents a fascinating tapestry of cultural intermingling, where Hellenistic, Babylonian, and Aramaic influences converged. This blend is vividly embodied by the author of the Anu temple inscription, who also crafted Aramaic glazed brick inscriptions for the Irigal, another principal temple in Uruk. This individual's work represents a microcosm of the broader cultural synthesis of the era.
In this time, rulers and prominent figures, though perhaps of Greek origin or influence, deeply embedded themselves within the Mesopotamian societal and economic fabric. They adopted Mesopotamian customs and contributed to the local architecture and religious life. Their Greek Akkadian names, a hybrid identity marker, were inscribed on the very temples that stood as symbols of Mesopotamian spiritual and cultural heritage. However, these inscriptions were in Aramaic script, reflecting the linguistic and cultural diversity of the period. The use of glazed bricks for these inscriptions harks back to a long Mesopotamian tradition known for its vibrant and durable architectural decorations. By inscribing their names in this enduring medium, these rulers and officials were not just asserting their presence, but were also weaving themselves into the long-standing historical and cultural narrative of the region. This period was marked by a dynamic exchange and fusion of ideas, practices, and identities. The temples of Uruk, with their multilingual and multicultural inscriptions, stand as testament to a time when ancient Mesopotamian traditions were reinterpreted and reinvigorated through the lens of Hellenistic and Aramaic influences, creating a unique and enduring cultural legacy. Adapa in catalogs and letters. Adapa's elevation in Mesopotamian lore as a scribal hero and author significantly impacted perceptions of authorship and knowledge transmission. He is featured in several catalogs, hinting at his revered status and perhaps even crediting him as the author of significant astronomical divinatory texts. This reverence is not just a nod to his mythical wisdom, but also to his role as a transmitter and creator of knowledge. The depiction of Adapa as both a scribe and an author reflects the deep respect for the written word and its creators in Mesopotamian culture. His popularity in the first millennium Mesopotamian scribal tradition further underscores this.
Adapa wasn't just a mythical figure. He was a symbol, an emblematic character representing the pinnacle of scholarly achievement. The texts attributed to him, whether genuinely his or ascribed to him to lend authority, show the high regard in which scribes and scholars were held.
The references to Adapa in various texts and contexts indicate a complex layering of tradition, reverence, and scholarly practice. He is at once a mythical figure, a sage, an author, and a symbol of the profound connection between the divine, the cosmos, and the written word. This multifaceted portrayal enriches our understanding of Mesopotamian culture and its deep-seated veneration for knowledge and those who wielded it,
which Adapa wrote at his dictation.
At last, we've unearthed a mere sliver of an ancient library catalog from the Seleucid era, name-dropping Adapa as a notable author. Intriguingly, this find was made in the very temple Adapa was rumored to have built in Uruk, known as the Resh. In this locale, Adapa was celebrated during the New Year's festivities in honor of Ishtar. Neo-Assyrian royal correspondences echo this sentiment, portraying Adapa as the embodiment of kingly wisdom. For instance, one scholarly letter exclaims,
"The king's deeds mirror those of Adapa."
However, the most telling piece of correspondence to Assurbanipal unveils a fascinating aspect of this intellectual monarch's self-perception. He viewed himself not merely as a ruler, but as a paragon of Mesopotamian learning, akin to the legendary Apkallu. Adapa's influence seemingly infiltrated the personal and professional lives of Assyrian rulers. The kingdom's chief exorcist assured Esarhaddon,
"The king's mother rivals Adapa in capability,"
that meanwhile, astrologers and other courtiers flattered the king by comparing his wisdom to that of Adapa. In a particularly imaginative twist, a letter from Marduk, Shumu Usur, to Assurbanipal dreams of a celestial endorsement, proclaiming the king as a descendant of both a sage and Adapa himself, surpassing
the wisdom of the abyss and all scholarship.
This isn't just flattery, it's a testament to a broader royal narrative. Here, the king is not just a political figure, but a scholarly giant, standing on the shoulders of his revered ancestor, Sennacherib, and aspiring to the intellectual heights of Adapa. As history would have it, the fate of Babylon and its ancient wisdom soon rested in the hands of such scholarly kings.
Adapa wasn't just a figure of royal admiration. He was a core symbol for ancient sages, outliving even the great Assurbanipal by nearly 1,000 years. His legacy was deeply woven into the very identity of these learned men. The Utuku Lemnutu series, a set of Sumerian-Akkadian exorcistic incantations, serves as a testament to this enduring reverence. Originating from the old Babylonian Udug-Hul texts, these incantations prominently featured Adapa and remained in use up until the 1st century BCE.
This collection wasn't just a set of rituals, it was a symbolic embodiment of Adapa's wisdom and role. By invoking his name, the Ashipu, or human ritual experts, weren't just performing rites. They were stepping into his shoes, channeling his profound knowledge and mastery over the supernatural. In this way, Adapa's legacy was more than just a story or a name. It was an enduring, living tradition that continued to inspire and guide these ancient practitioners of the mystical arts.
The Earth Lords, the Earth Ladies, the Enkums, the Ninkums, as Adapa said sage of Eridu. I am indeed the exorcist of Enki. I am indeed the messenger of Asaluhi. The great Lord Enki has sent me to revive the sick man.
Adapa was more than a mythical figure. He was a vital ally for ancient exorcists. They called upon him for protection, particularly against Lamashtu, a demon known for abducting children. In their rituals, these healers would command Lamashtu to the distant sea, a place where her malevolent power would diminish, thereby safeguarding the community. This practice underscored Adapa's enduring influence and the practical application of his wisdom in combating darkness and disease.
I will make you ride the four winds. I will fill your boat with travel provisions, will send you just you off, the clever one, alternate text, the one who casts spells on you. Adapa, sage of Eridu, is the one who looks at you. In Eridu, he will scrutinize you, just you. He will neutralize your venom. He will keep your hands off from the body of this infant under the protection of his god. Be off, go away.
Adapa, with his sharp eye and undeniable charm, stands firm against the demoness, drawing strength from a mystical underground spring bubbling with magic and ancient secrets. Her tricks have met their match. Yet Lamashtu, her powers so vast, can only be advised by Adapa to seek her fortunes elsewhere. Such is the scale of adversaries he faces. In his role as a maestro of words, both a ceremonial wizard and a scribe, Adapa weaves his prowess into two spells disguised as letters. The first, a cleverly crafted message, is addressed to a mysterious character whose very name whispers of ancient times.
To Liber Zanini, Spiai, thus says Adapa, the sage, let us go traverse the entire land, draw hallelujah water from a well, throw it on Pien, son of Pien. Take the hand of the sick man, cast the incantation of Ea on him, so that the man will get better.
A second letter, supposedly written by Adapa, is directed to the legendary first king of Mesopotamia, Alulu, and it offers magical medical advice.
Say to Alulu, thus Adapa the sage, thus to Alulu.
Not only reinforces Adapa's wisdom, but intriguingly positions him at the dawn of Mesopotamian mythological history. Alulu isn't just any king. He's the inaugural ruler of Mesopotamia and monarch of Eridu, Adapa's mythological stomping grounds, and the domain of Enki, the god connected to Adapa. The most detailed account of Adapa, including a sort of biography of him and his sage companions, is found in the ritual called Bo'a Meseri, or the Sealed House. This ritual, central to discussions about Adapa's mythological journey to the heavens, hasn't been fully translated into English. Yet Dr. Seth L. Sanders translated the first incantation of Tablet 3 from this significant Sumerian Akkadian ritual text, offering a glimpse into this ancient narrative.
Incantation. Uana, who completes the plan of heaven and earth. Uanaduga, endowed with broad mind. Enmeduga, ordained with a happy fate. Enmegalama, formed in a house. Enmebuluga, who grew in a field. Anenlilda, incantation priest of Eridu. Utuabzu, who ascended to heaven. They are the 7 brilliant Puradu fish of the sea. 7 Apkalu, formed in the river, who keep the plans of heaven and earth in order. Nungal Pirigal, Apkalu of Enmerkar, who brought Ishtar down from heaven into the Eanna. Pirigal Nungal, formed in Kish, who angered Adad in heaven so that he did not let there be rain or vegetation in the land for 3 years. Pirigalabzu, formed in Adab, who hung his seal on a sealfish, and thus angered Enki in the Abzu so that a fuller struck him with his own seal. 4th, Lunana, 2/3 Apkalu, who drove a dragon out of the Enenkiag. Nunna, the Ista temple of Shulgi. 4 Apkalu of human descent, who Lord Enki endowed with broad understanding, ritual action. Before the 7 Puradu Apkalu, who are striped with plaster and black paste, which are drawn on the wall of the side of the sanctuary, you recite the above.
This ancient text is fascinating because it seems crafted to invoke a team of supernatural sages, detailing their characteristics and recounting their tales. Known from the Neo-Assyrian era and still in use during the Seleucid period, this text differs from other, more direct incantations with its narrative style. Rather than issuing commands, it aims to make the sages, known as Apkallu, present by recounting their histories and attributes. This isn't about performing a magical medical act on the spot. It's about setting the stage for one, preparing the ground by reciting these histories before images of the Apkallu to tap into their power for the ritual's next steps. This incantation is particularly insightful as it's the sole text merging stories of various sages, offering a peek into scholarly traditions of the first millennium. However, it's not a straightforward guide. It attaches astonishing tales to names somewhat haphazardly, with the real thread being the sage's disruptive force. The text mentions 7 fish-like Apkallu and 4 humanoid ones, the latter with more developed stories. Yet, in the broader ritual context, only the fish Apkallu are visually represented, highlighting a selective use of sage traditions.
These narratives of conflict with gods and world-altering events mirror those of Adapa, another sage with tumultuous tales. The real magic, it seems, lies not in the physical representations, but in the mere act of recounting these sages' stories, invoking the raw, disruptive power of their words and deeds. The
roles and tales of the sages in Mesopotamian texts are notably fluid, with variations and overlaps within and across narratives. The text opens with a nod to Uana, who is also known as Adapa, positioning Adapa as a premier sage among the Apkallu. However, it attributes the heavenly ascent not to Adapa, but to the 7th sage, Utuabzu. This divergence is just one example of the fluidity. While Adapa is linked with Enmerkar, in one myth, another sage, Nungal-Pirigal, is given that association here. Remarkably,
who completes the plan of heaven and earth,
attributed to Adapa, is also applied collectively to all 7 non-human sages in subsequent lines. Additionally, while typically only Adapa is said to have ascended to heaven among the Apkallu, Utuabzu is also described as making this celestial journey and even as descending from heaven in another fragmentary part of the text, suggesting a possible division of Adapa's mythic journey. Understanding this attribute, multiplication, and narrative fluidity is challenging. Scholars have often sought a single canonical Mesopotamian ascent narrative, usually focusing on a heroic figure, the 7th in a sequence, linked with names like Adapa, Utuabzu, and Enmedaranki. However, this approach likely oversimplifies the rich, varied, and evolving tapestry of Mesopotamian scribal culture. The multiple strands and historical shifts within this tradition suggest that looking for a single, unchanging story might be a misunderstanding of how these myths functioned and developed over time. Instead, the overlapping roles and shared attributes among different sages reflect a dynamic storytelling tradition where themes and characteristics are fluid, shared, and repurposed across different figures and tales. The notion of placing a hero in the 7th position is a common narrative and structuring motif seen in both Mesopotamian and Judahite genealogies. This pattern is not just a storytelling technique, but also serves as an organizational principle, reflecting a broader cultural and mythological significance to the number 7.
Dr. Borger's 1974 analysis highlights Utuabzu's association with the 7th king Enmedaranki in a Seleucid-era Uruk list of kings and sages, proposing Utuabzu as the archetypal sage who ascended to heaven, suggesting a parallel with the biblical Enoch.
However, this connection, based on a single document, doesn't necessarily reflect a widespread tradition. Mesopotamian texts frequently recombine and rearrange figures and attributes, demonstrating the fluidity and adaptability of these narratives. For instance, while Adapa is linked with Enmerkar in one myth, he's associated with the first king, Alulu, in another, and Nungal-Pirigal, typically matched with Enmerkar, appears in a different position in other lists. This pattern of recombination is evident in other traditions as well, such as the Sumerian king list, where Etana, another hero who ascended to heaven, is also placed as the seventh king in a post-Diluvian dynasty. This fluidity underscores the importance of understanding Mesopotamian scribal culture as a whole, rather than seeking a single, unchanging narrative. The recurrent motif of a seventh figure having a special divine encounter or revelation is a theme rather than a strict rule, applied with variations across different texts and traditions. While scholars like Van der Kam and Borger aren't entirely wrong in drawing parallels between Mesopotamian figuries and Enoch, the reality is more complex. No single figure embodies the seventh Seiji archetype exclusively. Instead, the pattern reflects the broader narrative and symbolic practices of Mesopotamian scribal culture. The focus should be on the overarching role these figures play within this culture, which often involves transgression or special interaction with the divine, as seen in various texts, including a Neo-Assyrian prayer to Marduk, where Adapa's role might further demonstrate this theme.
The one whom he, in his fury, he honors Marduk. Have mercy on your servant, the sage, Lit, Adapa, who take away, Lord, his guilt, remove his punishment. His mouth has confessed the sin he committed.
References to Adapa frequently highlight his wisdom and authority in various texts, with his name literally equating to wise. Beyond wisdom, Adapa also embodies hubris, notably in narratives where he appears as a transgressor who faces divine consequences, such as in the Beat Meseri texts.
Here, figures like Pirigal-Nungal and Pirigalabzu provoke gods, leading to severe repercussions, illustrating the Apkallu's dual role as intermediaries between divine and human realms. In a particular Neo-Assyrian prayer to Marduk, the speaker possibly aligns with Adapa's transgressor aspect, suggesting a complex relationship with the gods.
Through both their wisdom and follies, figures like Adapa symbolize the intricate dynamics between heaven and earth in Mesopotamian mythology. Adapa, in scholarly lists, scribal accounts of history, geography, and the divine realm, dive into the world of ancient scribes with the Esagila Chronicle, where Adapa, a figure shrouded in myth, steps out of his usual roles to deliver justice. This isn't just any tale, it's a groundbreaking mix of historical chronicle, personal reflection, and sage advice. Picture it as an ancient letter from one ruler to another, unfolding the history of Mesopotamia with a focus on the worship of the god Marduk in the vibrant city of Babylon. The story's core message is clear and ominous. Offend the city's deities, and your reign as king will swiftly end. Central to this narrative is a simple yet profound ritual.
Clean the temple of Marduk and supply fish, and you'll secure your throne. Adapa, not just a mythic figure, but also a model priest, embodies this ritual by providing for his god's temple.
What's fascinating is the connection between Adapa's priestly duties and the royal rituals of later times. This isn't just about religious rites. It's about the power of piety and devotion in shaping leadership. The tale takes a surprising turn when it's Adapa, the epitome of wisdom and duty, who punishes the negligent king Enmerkar, not a god. This marks a significant shift in how power and responsibility were perceived. The story of Adapa is more than an ancient legend.
It's a reflection on the evolution of leadership, where the qualities of a wise priest become the standard for kings. The authority once thought to belong to the gods shifts into the hands of those wise enough to wield it.
The ancient city of Babylon was a hub of religious activity, with its temples and shrines forming the bedrock of cultural and spiritual life. Central to this was a text known as Tintir, essentially a directory of these sacred spaces within the Grand Esagila temple. This document, which became a foundational part of scribal education for over a millennium, lists numerous shrines, including one particularly intriguing entry.
The Kitil Munna, designated as the place of the noble, where the son of Oans, associated with Adapa, is said to sit in the esteemed seat of Anu. the god of heaven.
With its origins likely in the 12th century BCE and its relevance extending through the Persian period, Tintir was not just a guide. It was a vital tool providing scholars with a mental map of Babylon's divine landscape. Despite the potential changes over centuries, its description of the city's spiritual geography remained a key educational text. Interestingly, while there are other accounts of Adapa from this era, Tintir stands out because it's the most widespread and actively used text that mentions him. In this most prominent of documents, Adapa, or perhaps his descendant, is depicted in a position of extraordinary honor, enthroned beside the king of the gods. This portrayal contrasts with other, less widely circulated narratives from the period, highlighting Adapa's significance not just in myth, but in the very real and revered spaces of Babylon. Moreover, the form U-Enum, used to refer to Adapa or his progeny in Tintir, echoes the name found in later accounts by historians like Berosos, suggesting a continuity and evolution of his story over time. Here, Adapa is more than a mythic figure. He's a cultural hero, akin to Enoch, credited with imparting crucial knowledge like writing and mathematics to humanity. Tintir's depiction of Adapa places him at the heart of Babylon's religious and cultural identity, reflecting his enduring importance and the evolving understanding of his role over centuries. This text doesn't just map out physical spaces, it charts a significant part of the spiritual and intellectual terrain of ancient Mesopotamian civilization. The Uruk-Apkallu list is a groundbreaking cuneiform document that places scholars alongside kings in the story of Mesopotamian history, recognizing their significant contributions to the civilization's legacy.
In the time of King Ayalu, one was sage, Apkallu. In the time of King Alulgar, Wanduga was sage. In the time of King Ameluana, Enmeduga was sage. In the time of King Amegalana, Enmegalama was sage. In the time of King Enum Yoshumgalana, Enmebuluga was sage. In the time of King Dumuzi the shepherd, Anenlilda was sage. In the time of King Enmeduranki, Utuabzu was sage.
This document was discovered in the historical archives of the Resh Temple, believed to have been constructed by the legendary figure Adapa in the ancient city of Uruk during the Seleucid era. Precisely, it dates back to the 147th year of King Antiochus' vice reign, around 133 BCE. The discovery was made alongside various ritual texts pertaining to the Resh Temple, revealing connections to Adapa. Notably, it links Adapa with the mythical figure Ayalu, likely another name for Alalu, revered as the inaugural ruler of Adapa's hometown, Eridu, as per the ancient Sumerian king list. This association is critical because it intertwines Adapa's story with that of Alalu, who, in some narratives, is replaced by Etana, another ascendant to the heavens.
This document is significant as it merges two major cultural narratives: the list of 7 Apkallu, sage-like figures, from one source, and the first 7 kings from the Sumerian king list. This blending showcases an attempt to integrate specific ritual knowledge into the broader historical narrative. Moreover, it reflects a wider cultural practice of recording and honoring past wisdom and rulers.
The most intriguing aspect of this discovery, however, is its connection to a vastly different type of literature by Berosos, a Hellenistic author. Berosos aimed to familiarize the Seleucid king Antiochus to 100 with Babylonian culture through his work, the Babyloniaca. This text is a testament to the preservation and transmission of Babylonian traditions into the Hellenistic period, demonstrating remarkable consistency with the lists from the Uruk and Bet-Meseri texts. Regrettably, the original text of Berosos' work has not survived to the present day. Instead, what exists are fragmented adaptations in later Christian writings, which have been modified and reinterpreted several times to align with biblical narratives. This process of transmission and alteration significantly impacts the authenticity and reliability of the information, setting it apart from other ancient texts we've encountered. The remnants of Berosos' work are found primarily in medieval Armenian texts, translated from Eusebius, and Byzantine Greek manuscripts, notably by Synkelus. These sources, however, come with their own set of challenges. As noted by contemporary scholars such as De Brucker in 2010, the texts are heavily influenced not only by Christian viewpoints, but also by the Greek cultural lens, through which Berossos initially presented his native Babylonian lore. This double layer of cultural reinterpretation, first Greek, then Christian, necessitates a cautious and discerning approach to their study. One of the more intriguing aspects of these accounts is their description of semi-divine beings, particularly those resembling the fish Apkallu, a type of sage associated with the legendary figure Adapa from the earlier discussion. These beings are depicted with fish-like characteristics, aligning with ancient Mesopotamian representations of wisdom and knowledge. Notably, such descriptions are found in the works of Alexander Polyhistor, who claims to base his accounts on Berossos's original text.
In the very first year there appeared from the Red Sea in an area bordering on Babylonia a frightening monster. It had the whole body of a fish, but underneath and attached to the head of the fish there was another head, human, and joined to the tail of the fish, feet like those of a man, and it had a human voice. Berossos says that this monster spent its days with men, never eating anything but teaching men the skills necessary for and for doing mathematics and for all sorts of knowledge. It taught men all those things conducive to a settled and civilized life. Since that time, nothing further has been discovered. At the end of the day, this monster Ornis went back to the sea and spent the night. Sincelus, 51 trans. Verbrugge and Rickersham, 1996, 44.
The accounts differ about when he appeared, but one account correlates kings with semi-human sages.
During the reign of Ammonon the Chaldean, in this section listed as fourth, not first king, the monster Oannes, the Anadotos, appeared from the Red Sea. Alexander Polyhistor claims he appeared in the first year, Berossos after 40 Saroi, and Abydanos says he was the second monster, who appeared after 26 Saroi.
Despite the variations and redactions in the texts derived from Berossos's work, researchers have identified a remarkable consistency that points to his reliance on a Babylonian source closely related to the Uruk-Apkallu list. This list, a register of 7 mythological sages, or Apkallu, aligns significantly with one found in Berossos's narratives, notably beginning with Oans, and concluding with Utuabzu. This correlation was first recognized by Dr. Van Dyke in 1962 and has since been a pivotal point in understanding the intertextual connections between these ancient documents. However, a notable discrepancy arises concerning the final Apkallu, Utuabzu. In the versions preserved by Synkelus and Eusebius, this figure is replaced with names like Otakon and Anotophos, which show a closer resemblance to the second Apkallu, Uanduga, and potentially to Adapa. This has led some scholars to speculate and perhaps wishfully interpret these names as variants of Utuabzu. Yet, as pointed out by Dr. Geller in 1997, when the rules for transliterating Sumerian and Akkadian into Greek are applied, these names align more convincingly with and Adapa. This observation introduces an intriguing possibility. By the Seleucid period, the figure of and Adapa might have been divided into 2 distinct entities, and Adapa, with the latter being revered as the 7th sage and described in contemporary Bit Messeri rituals as ascending to heaven. This potential splitting of identities adds a layer of complexity and depth to our understanding of how these ancient figures were transmitted and transformed over time and across cultures. Adapa in myth. Adapa's journey was more than a celestial exploration. It also involved a descent into the underworld alongside the notorious King Enmerkar,
whom he is said to have cursed in other tales. The saga of Adapa and Enmerkar opens with a mysterious figure, possibly Adapa, lamenting to the god Marduk. Despite the divine acknowledgement of this sorrow, there appears to be no assistance provided. Enmerkar, the ruler of Uruk, becomes entwined in this narrative, as he and Adapa venture beneath the earth and into a tomb, potentially engaging in forbidden rituals of communicating with the dead.
An ancient corpse from remotest times. He made a terrible clamor in the palace. They went down 9 cubits in the depths. 9 cubits of earth they went down. They destroyed the door of the tomb.
Following the descent into the underworld, the narrative resumes with a grim scene.
Enmerkar and Adapa, having encountered something dreadful, urgently instruct a smith to reseal the tomb. Later, Adapa's anxiety is palpable as he seeks confirmation from the smith that the tomb's door remains firmly closed.
This story significantly contributes to the evolving character of Adapa in 2 main ways. Firstly, it situates him in the mythic past as an associate or advisor to King Enmerkar of Uruk, thus weaving him into the legendary tapestry of ancient times. Secondly, it presents a new variation of Adapa, and by extension, the Apkallu, a group of sage advisors, overstepping cosmic boundaries, disturbing the realms of heaven, hell, life, and death. Unlike his previous celestial disruptions, here, Adapa appears to unsettle the underworld, accompanied by a king also notorious for crossing divine boundaries.
The exploration of Adapa's roles in Mesopotamian literature leads back to the intricate narrative of the Adapa and the South Wind myth, offering a chance to understand his depiction in the broader context of traditions involving the Apkallu, an ascension to heaven. This approach shifts the focus from the story's plot to its historical and cultural implications, including ritual practices, scholarly traditions, and the changing dynamics of the era.
Adapa's portrayal as a ritual practitioner par excellence is central to the text. His role is so vital to the divine rituals that his absence would disrupt the very sustenance of the gods. This depiction might seem mundane, reflecting a predictable and dutiful servant. Yet it's his unwavering dedication to ritual and his profound connection to the gods, Ea and Eridu, that position him as a formidable figure. His ability to perform rituals flawlessly not only combats demons, but also poses a potential threat to the divine hierarchy itself. From ancient records, we understand that Adapa was a symbolic figure that exorcists in the Old Babylonian period aspired to emulate. Dr. Falkenstein, in 1931, identified declarations like as legitimization formulae. These statements not only claim the speaker's right to perform certain rituals, asserting their direct connection to Eridu, a hub of arcane knowledge and magic, but also associate them with Adapa, the archetypal ritualist. This association suggests that the speaker has the requisite skill to flawlessly complete an exorcism, a critical claim considering the Mesopotamians. Acute awareness of the potential for ritual failure and its grave consequences. In the realm of ritual performance, such statements emphasize the necessity of being a qualified individual and performing correctly.
Adapa, in this context, is akin to the patron saint of Mesopotamian ritual, setting the standard for expertise and execution. Thus, the prerequisites for conducting these sacred acts become embedded within the texts themselves.
However, the preservation of these declarations in ritual texts, rather than performance records, indicates they were more aspirational ideals than documented realities. This distinction points to a broader exploration of how ritual practitioners identified with and aspired to the wisdom and expertise of figures like Adapa. The narrative surrounding Adapa also significantly highlights his close relationship with the god Ea,
a theme recurrent in rituals, myths, and even political propaganda. In the best-preserved Neo-Assyrian version of the story, there's a deliberate ambiguity in the text that blurs the distinction between Ea and Adapa, suggesting a deep connection or even a unity between them. This is evident where the text could imply that Ea Apkallu of Eridu was created by Adapa, though the context more likely suggests the reverse. Furthermore, the narrative equates Adapa's commands with those of Ea, a motif recurring in exorcism rituals where the words of the ritual performer are deemed as authoritative as those of a deity. This legitimization strategy is exemplified in the Marduk Ea type incantations, where the exorcist recites spells purportedly transmitted directly from Ea, symbolizing a unity between the speakers and the god's words. Similarly, the verse account of Nabonidus portrays Adapa as possessing complete knowledge of all creations by Ea Mumu, indicating a near cognitive identity between the sage and the deity. However, this close association with Ea isn't without its complexities. Texts like the Beit Meseri emphasize that the Apkallu, including Adapa, often engaged in acts of transgression and overreaching, such as the one Apkallu who supposedly brought the goddess Ishtar down from heaven. In Adapa's case, this theme of transgression extends to a tension between him and not just the god Anu, but also his own patron, Ea. This nuanced portrayal reflects a relationship of both deep connection and inherent conflict, mirroring the complex dynamics between divine beings and their earthly counterparts in Mesopotamian mythology.
I, according to my spell, call, O south wind, the other winds, your brothers. As strong as they may be, nevertheless, I shall break your wing. As soon as he spoke, the south wind's wing broke.
In the myth of Adapa, the protagonist's verbal prowess is not just a tool to confront adversaries, but holds the potential to subdue all winds, indicating a profound level of control and power. A critical, yet previously unexplored aspect of Adapa's dilemma might stem from the intrinsic connection between the winds and the gods, particularly the south wind's consistent identification with Ea, Adapa's patron deity. This wind embodies more than a mere natural force. It's a supernatural entity with a distinct personality deeply linked to Ea, the south wind, pivotal to Mesopotamian agriculture, yet also listed among the chief demons, represents a dualistic force of both destruction and nourishment. Its association with Ea extends from ancient Sumerian texts to later Neo-Assyrian writings, where it's frequently referred to as beloved or standing before Ea and in some instances, even equated with Ea himself. Adapa's act of subduing the south wind isn't just a magical feat, it's an attack on a being identified with his own god, the master of magic. This action paradoxically aligns Adapa, the archetypal exorcist, with Pazuzu, a demon known for breaking the wings of the wind. This complex layering suggests that Adapa's ritualistic prowess and his assault on the south wind inadvertently position him in a contentious relationship with his own divine patron. Moreover, the two known versions of the Adapa myth that include ritual elements potentially cast Adapa himself in a demonic light. The endings of these versions, particularly in the older edition represented in Ms. D, might be interpreted as incantations aimed at mitigating the chaos unleashed by Adapa's actions. This interpretation adds a layer of moral and mythological complexity, painting Adapa not just as a sage and ritualist, but as a figure whose actions straddle the line between divine wisdom and transgressive force.
Mortal Adapa, who, lord-like, broke the south wind's wing, who ascended to heaven, so be it, who set her blowing evilly over humans, the grievous sickness that he set in the bodies of humans. Pure Ninkarak will relieve when it arises. May grievous sickness turn back. That one, may chills fall on him. May sweet sleep elude him. Happiness for humans.
The narrative of Adapa encompasses his two notable deeds, incapacitating the wind and his ascent to heaven. The text continues, using a similar syntax and reminiscent language to the Atrahasis, suggesting that Adapa might be implicated in the origin of diseases. Just as in Atrahasis, wind imagery is used, and the term tebu, associated with the emergence of malevolent forces and often linked to the south wind and Adapa's act, is mentioned. The narrative ends with a curse, possibly directed at Adapa himself, leaving readers to ponder his role in these calamities. Adapa stands as a symbol of the potential dangers inherent in ritual performance and linguistic prowess. Within the Mesopotamian scribal tradition, the primary myth of Adapa presents a paradoxical figure who embodies both absolute obedience and a latent threat. His mastery over words and rituals consistently pushing beyond their intended limits. The most resonant aspects of the Adapa and the South Wind myth in relation to ritual and broader cultural narratives are his flawless execution of rituals and the inherent disruptive power of those very acts. This ambivalence reflects a broader Mesopotamian contemplation of ritual as both a source of disease and a means of cure, highlighting the dual nature of power. Politically, Adapa's narrative portrays a servant whose perfect allegiance poses a risk of usurping his master's authority. Historically, this mirrors the actual shift in Mesopotamian society, where scholars, symbolized by figures like Adapa, rose in prominence and influence, potentially challenging the established order. A history of Adapa and the Apkallu. The narrative of Adapa reflects an evolving history of identifications, expanding from the old Babylonian period onward. Initially, Adapa epitomized the ideal ritual performer and speaker, a model for experts in the field. By the time of the Sumerian texts from this period, Adapa was already a persona utilized by exorcists for banishing demons, and the oldest rendition of his myth concludes with an incantation, tying him intrinsically to ritualistic practices.
Adapa's role in myth and ritual portrays him as a mediator, navigating the realms between heaven and earth and blurring the lines between the human and the divine. In the Udug Hull-type rituals, he is invoked as a messenger for the god of exorcism, Asaluhi, illustrating his early personification and significance. This representation of Adapa continued to evolve and spread, finding its way into Akkadian scholarly texts of 14th century Egypt.
Centuries later, in the Neo-Assyrian period, Adapa's image underwent a significant transformation as he began to be paralleled with the king in royal inscriptions and correspondence. The king's actions, wisdom, and even familial attributes were likened to those of Adapa. This comparison wasn't merely about the individual, but reflected the evolving self-image and persona of the Assyrian king as a figure deeply connected to the divine, embodying special piety and ritual prowess. In the broader context of Akkadian texts, wisdom is often associated with the king, particularly in relation to acts of temple building and restoration, blending political power with religious devotion. This backdrop sets the stage for Adapa's emergence as a figure of political significance. This connection is epitomized by Assurbanipal, the scholarly Neo-Assyrian king who adopted the virtues of Adapa, known for his reading of cuneiform, his scholarship, and his interpretation of astronomical omens. Adapa's role underwent a significant expansion in the first millennium BCE, largely due to the rise of pseudepigraphy and a growing emphasis on writing and authorship, as noted by Dr. van der Toorn in 2007.
This period didn't see the abandonment of Adapa's old exorcistic functions. These continued to be evidenced in texts such as the Udug Hul and Lamashtu series. However, a novel utilization of Adapa emerged in the form of letters containing incantations, which resonated with a wider Near Eastern literary tradition of divine correspondence. These medical incantations trace their lineage back to earlier dialogues between gods in Sumerian texts, indicating a long-standing tradition of divine communication.
Dr. Van der Toorn points out a significant cultural shift in Mesopotamia, an increased focus on the concept of writing and authorship, particularly evident in the first millennium BCE. This is reflected in the evolution of Adapa's image, from catalogs listing authors and ancestors to letters used as a medium for conveying supernatural knowledge. This period marks the transition from oral traditions to written communications, attributed to renowned figures like Adapa, thereby elevating him to the status of a pseudepigraphic author. During the Neo-Assyrian period, a theoretical shift began where sages, previously confined to myth and ritual, started to be historicized. This transition fully materialized in the Seleucid period, after the end of native Mesopotamian kingship. The human sages, or Umanu, first appeared in Neo-Assyrian king lists, and the supernatural Apkallu were named and associated with legendary and historical kings in the Beat Meseri incantation fragments. While Mesopotamian kings retained their thrones, Apkallu remained within the realms of myth and ritual. However, after the cessation of native kingship, these non-human supernatural sages, including figures like Adapa, began to be integrated into historical records. They were listed alongside rulers in king lists, and Adapa himself was attributed with the temple building activities traditionally reserved for kings in places like Uruk, demonstrating a profound shift in how these ancient figures were perceived and remembered in Mesopotamian culture.
The evolving nature of king lists in Uruk, transitioning from royal to scribal genealogies, underscores their dynamic role as political documents. This shift aligns with the changing power dynamics in Mesopotamian culture, particularly under the new rulers. This reordering reflects a deeper societal valorization of scholarly and scribal heritage over traditional royal lineage, indicating a significant cultural and political shift.
The correlation between the elevated status of sages in historical texts and the prominence of the Ashipu, exorcist, in society becomes particularly evident during the Seleucid period in Babylonia. The Ashipu, among various priest experts, emerges as a notably important figure, even more frequently mentioned than astrologers across various Hellenistic Babylonia centers. This prominence suggests a growing respect and need for their expertise and roles within society. In Seleucid Uruk, a tangible connection between Mesopotamian ritual practitioners and the mythic Apkallu, especially Adapa, starts to crystallize. The ritualists not only operated a vast shrine attributed to Adapa, incorporating him into their rituals and genealogies, but they also adopted the Apkallu as a personal emblem. As Dr. Wallenfels noted in 1993, it seems that a scribe would typically adopt an Apkallu seal upon achieving full status within the temple hierarchy. While these seals weren't exclusively used by scribes, their prevalent association with them is undeniable. This practice reflects a broader trend where apprentice scholars, as they advanced in their careers, would assume the image of the mythic sage. It symbolizes their transition into a position of wisdom and authority, paralleling the journey of the Apkallu and Adapa themselves. This trend illustrates not just a personal or professional milestone, but a deep cultural connection to the mythic past, where the lines between the historical and the divine were intricately woven into the identities of the scholars of the time. What have we learned? Mesopotamia is known for its two detailed narratives of heavenly ascent, the epic of King Etana and the myth of the sage Adapa.
The story of Etana, riding to the heavens on the back of an eagle, was a well-established motif by the Old Babylonian period, subject to various interpretations and revisions over time. However, as the story became more fixed, Etana's character seemed to diminish in cultural significance. In the realm of ritual, references to Etana are primarily found in Old Babylonian Sumerian texts, with his presence fading significantly in later periods. texts.
During the Old Babylonian period, Etana held considerable religious importance, often invoked in Sumerian prayers and associated with the underworld alongside the figure of Gilgamesh. His religious significance, however, was largely posthumous. As a mortal king, Etana had to die and secure a place in the underworld to become ritually relevant in the human realm. Similar to Gilgamesh, he was primarily called upon to act within the netherworld. Following the Old Babylonian era, Etana largely fades into obscurity, remembered mainly as a spectral figure of ancient lore. In contrast, Adapa's narrative endured and flourished throughout Mesopotamian history, despite being mortal in certain myths. Adapa's legacy as a semi-divine sage with ambiguous origins allowed him to maintain an active role beyond his lifetime. His ability to be invoked in medical emergencies and political discourse ensured his continued relevance. Adapa was not just a character in literary texts.
He was a living part of Mesopotamian culture, personified by scribes who saw in him a hero and a model. His presence in rituals and historical texts, more so than in literary narratives, defines the enduring outline of his life and significance in the Mesopotamian tradition.
The adaptability of Adapa as a persona to be adopted, particularly by kings, underscores his profound impact on Mesopotamian culture. Far more kings chose to align themselves with Adapa rather than Etana, highlighting Adapa's prominence in Neo-Assyrian royal propaganda. While there is no direct evidence of kings adopting his role in rituals, the extensive comparisons drawn between kings and Adapa, especially by rulers like Assurbanipal, indicate that such analogies went beyond mere flattery. Assurbanipal's inscriptions elaborate on his parallels with the sage, emphasizing his scholarly prowess, his understanding of cosmic secrets, and his esteemed place among the wise. Claims of descent from sages and Adapa in royal correspondence further illustrate how deeply entwined these figures were with the royal identity and persona.
Adapa's significance extends beyond his role in myths and rituals. His story reflects the broader historical shift in how ancient traditions were adapted into new genres and reshaped to serve evolving purposes. Following the Neo-Babylonian period, as the traditional role of court scholars in producing royal propaganda and politically oriented knowledge waned, they sought new avenues for their expertise. This period saw the emergence of new genres and the repurposing of old traditions for different ends, such as the Uruk prophecy, which utilized political tactics to promote the worship of Anu in Uruk.
The rise of Adapa in cosmic and architectural narratives, particularly in the context of the Resh Temple, is part of this broader transformation. The construction of the Resh Temple, featuring the largest ziggurat ever discovered in Babylonia, occurred during a Hellenistic revival led by the Seleucid rulers and priestly governors of Uruk. This era, long after the fall of Babylonian kingship, demonstrates the enduring legacy and continual reinvention of Mesopotamian traditions, with figures like Adapa at the forefront of this cultural and scholarly evolution. The revision and evolution of Mesopotamian tradition gained momentum after the loss of native kingship during the Persian period and flourished further under the Seleucids. The construction of the Resh Temple, a monumental structure unprecedented in scale in Babylonia, attributed to Adapa and initiated by a governor of priestly descent, marks a significant moment in this transformative era. In this context, Adapa was not only associated with the physical structure of the temple, but also integrated into its rituals, particularly the New Year's festival, and was even included in a contemporary king list from Uruk.
The Seleucid rulers seemed to encourage a renaissance of traditional religious practices and forms in the ancient Mesopotamian cities, particularly Uruk and Babylon. This revival might be perceived as an invention of traditions by the new rulers to support their ideological agenda.
However, it's essential to consider that the natives themselves, not just the colonizers, played a crucial role in this process. The newly formed memories and roles of sages like Adapa incorporated and reinterpreted ancient material into a new cultural and architectural paradigm, symbolized by the grandeur of the Resh temple and its ziggurat. The exact cognitive and ritual mechanisms behind this identification with figures like Adapa during the Hellenistic period remain elusive. While exorcists might claim to embody mythical figures, and incantations are replete with assertions of identity, the historical, personal, and cognitive implications of these ritual roles are not fully documented. The absence of personal accounts or diaries leaves a gap in understanding the subjective experiences of these ritual practitioners. However, while the inner experiences of these ancient scholars remain beyond our reach, the scripts for these experiences are accessible by examining texts related to self-identification and ritual participation in both Judea and Mesopotamia. It's possible to understand how ancient religious traditions were invoked and adapted to contemporary contexts. This approach can reveal the positions performers assumed when interacting with tradition, offering insights into how a scholar might ritually connect with their written culture and, in doing so, embody and perpetuate the legacy of heavenly sages like Adapa. What captivates the mind when considering the era leading up to Enoch is the remarkable spread of this literature, even in the absence of its original patrons.
From the dethroning of the king of Babylon to the rise of Persia and the advent of Alexander the Great's Hellenistic era, the temples stood tall and the priesthoods flourished, their influence expanding in certain regions. In the absence of a central monarch, the scribes themselves sometimes assumed the central role, becoming the custodians of knowledge and authority.
As the late Jonathan Z. Smith astutely observed, the emergence of apocalypticism seemed intrinsically tied to the decline of native kingship. A noteworthy artifact, the King List from Uruk, catalogs the names of the early kings alongside their esteemed sages. These sages were not only repositories of secret knowledge, but also wielders of healing arts and the power to exorcise demons. Among these malevolent entities, one finds the infamous Lamashtu,
a demon known for abducting and causing harm to newborns in ancient Mesopotamia. Intriguingly, this figure serves as the ancestral precursor to Lilith, a prominent character in Jewish lore, often portrayed as Adam's supposed first wife.
In a society steeped in misogyny, the moral of this cautionary tale echoes: refrain from engaging in contentious arguments with your husband, particularly when the dispute revolves around matters of intimacy. I trust you grasp the underlying message. In the midst of this rich jumble, one figure emerges as a hero in the face of Lamashtu's malevolence: Adapa. Revered in their tradition, Adapa possessed the rare ability to ward off the menacing demon. Illustrated in a remarkable plaque dating from the 9th to 7th century, we witness the sage Adapa, adorned in an attire reminiscent of a fish, valiantly protecting patients or expectant mothers from the demon's harm. Delving into the complex depths of ancient Mesopotamian lore unveils a world where scribes rose to prominence, demonic forces loomed, and heroes arose to confront them. It is a testament to the intricacies of historical narratives, where the interplay of power, mythology, and cultural beliefs shape the collective consciousness of civilizations.
The intriguing question at hand revolves around the interactions between Judean scribes and Mesopotamian traditions, particularly considering the striking resemblances between the narratives of Adapa and Enoch. Both figures emerge as celestial messengers, hailing from primordial times, and both become personified by scribes.
Despite the lack of extensive verbal overlap between the two, scholars have noted profound structural parallels, prompting further exploration into the potential connection between Enoch and the earlier Adapa myth. It is noteworthy that both Mesopotamian and Judean societies underwent
similar. Transformations, including the loss of native kingship and the conquests by the Persians and Alexander the Great. In both contexts, scribal cultures experienced comparable changes. Professor Jonathan Ben Dove has drawn attention to the remarkable similarity between the astronomical knowledge present in Enoch and the astronomical knowledge associated with Adapa in Mesopotamian literature. These conceptual affinities, though distinct, beg the question of how they can be connected. During the late Persian period, the same individuals held positions of power in both institutions, namely those who controlled the temples and education. In Babylon, education centered around Aramaic parchment writing scribes who gained prominence due to the native Babylonian families' revolt against the Persian rulers. Consequently, new scribes assumed control of Babylonian temples towards the end of the Persian period. At this juncture, Babylonian scholarship thrived, with scribes trained in standardized Aramaic. Simultaneously, these scribes became the teachers of Hebrew scribes, instructing them in the art of writing. Thus, it becomes evident that Hebrew scribes during the Hellenistic period adopted an Aramaic script, as evident in their written works. The scholarly dominance of Aramaic practitioners extended throughout the Persian and Hellenistic empires, leaving a significant imprint on the intellectual landscape. This is corroborated by the presence of Aramaic Levi documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which employ a base 60 mathematical system rooted in Sumerian tradition, as well as Babylonian-style astronomy. Shared training among scholars naturally engenders shared literary ideas, further blurring the boundaries between distinct cultural and textual traditions. Interestingly, the Adapa myth from Mesopotamia and the concept of the Apkallu played a significant role in influencing the authors of the Enochian literature. The concept of the Apkallu, known as the Seven Sages in Mesopotamian mythology, played a formative role in shaping the imagery and ideas within the Enochian literature. It's not a coincidence that Enoch is the seventh generation from Adam. Conclusion. As we conclude our journey through the ancient landscapes of myth and legend, we hope this expedition into the origins of Enoch has illuminated paths as ancient as they are profound. From the epic narratives of Etana and Adapa in Mesopotamia to the mysterious figure of Enoch in the Judean tradition, we've traversed time and thought to uncover the roots of stories that have shaped centuries of spiritual inquiry. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Seth L. Sanders and his seminal work, Adapa to Enoch, for guiding us with wisdom and insight through these venerable narratives. His scholarship has been the beacon that lit our way through these ancient mysteries. Now, as we part ways, we invite you to take a step further and truly become a part of the Mythvision family. If this journey has sparked a flame of curiosity and a thirst for deeper understanding within you, consider supporting our mission by becoming a Patreon, joining the YouTube membership, or offering a one-time support through the links in our description. You help us continue to unearth profound stories and share these enlightening experiences with you and the world. Engage with us further in the comments section below. Share your thoughts, your questions, and the insights you've gained. Your participation is what makes this community a rich tapestry of inquisitive minds. And if you haven't already, please like and subscribe to Mythvision Podcast on YouTube. Your support is crucial in helping us bring more enlightening content to light. Every like, subscription, and contribution makes a difference in our quest to explore the depths of mythology and history. Thank you for being an integral part of this exploration. Together, as a community of seekers and scholars, we continue the quest for understanding that connects us all across time and tradition. Until our next adventure, keep seeking, keep questioning, and be part of the living history that is Mythvision.